Good morning, everyone. First off, first most, I want to wish everyone a happy Memorial Day. Today's the day I know many of us are many of you are out there having picnics, barbecues, spending time with friends and family. But today is the day we honor all of our fallen soldiers and heroes because that's what they are. Our soldiers are our heroes. It's just not our soldiers; it's our first responders. I think as time grows, as anybody tuned into yesterday's podcast knows that this day originally was called Decoration Day, where we honored the Civil War soldiers who had fallen and died in battle. As history went on, we came to know what today is as Memorial Day, you know. And I think it's important that we just don't honor our soldiers, but we honor all the heroes out there that serve and protect, that put their lives on the line on a daily basis for us. Do hope my audio's coming in. I'm kind of running things by myself and a little half-assed right now, mainly because I can't get access to the mines, so I have to use the app on my phone. All because of that two-factor authentication. So I'm kind of doing things differently this year, but it's still going to be the same. For those that have tuned in past years on the Memorial Day and 4th of July, we run a marathon podcast throughout the day. Hopefully, we'll end up having a few guests on. It'll be the only thing I'm doing different this year is the call-ins. So either message me in chat or DM me on Facebook, Twitter, the Minds, Gab, or the various other places I've shared this. If you would wish for the phone number or the link to join us on the Gathering app, the Jitsi app. I'm not technically doing this for my group on the Minds today. And it looks like the video quality is probably not going to be that great either. So, like I said, I'm doing it for my phone, relying on the internet, which is weird because I have great internet here. But that's all I have is the internet because my phone's deactivated. But like I said, today's gonna be fun. When we reach the hour mark, guys, don't go nowhere. Hopefully, I'll be on top of it today. The stream will shut down for a few minutes until I reconnect it, since for some odd reason the mines have got this back to hour streams and it cuts off. So I just got to re-put my stream key in. No problem. While I'm sober, it might be a little problematic as the day goes on, but all in all, it should work out just fine. I don't know if Free Spirit Press prepping and can't remember if she changed it. If prepping, Free Spirit Press prepping and news will be joining us today. Now she's not feeling that well, so. But like I said, it is open to everyone. Just let me know in chat or through DMs. I know a lot of people is just not right now, just get their days started or having their barbecue. So I usually the first couple hours is kind of slow. So I need to check my audio. It's kind of slow. So all right, it's working. I gotta share the link one more spot, guys. This is the only difficult thing, having to rely on phone and computer. See, through my phone, I can actually log it. I'm signed into the mines. I just can't make no changes, which sucks. But hey, May's almost over, and I'll have everything re-straightened around in a couple more weeks, so we can get back to doing things normally. Like I said, as for me though, pretty much celebrating this day with you guys. It's just I'm too broke to go anywhere. Normally, I'd be probably doing this from my parents' house because we always do a barbecue. But I can't afford that $56 for like just the one-way trip to my parents' house, let alone 112. And I've kind of been floating around today and noticed that there was a bunch of airline cancellations too. I know they kind of blamed it on weather, tried to blame some of it on weather, but there was over almost close to 3,000 cancellations today through the weekend. Actually, higher number of cancellations than there was during the pandemic, which I found interesting. But they also said that the increase of the ticket prices went up, which I experienced already this year. Earlier this month, trying to get a round trip ticket from Spain to here. Yeah, it was just not affordable. It wasn't even in the budget. Considering at that time my budget was in the red anyway. I just last well, technically I'm still in the red. Rent's due this week, and I still got to finish paying this this month's rent. So another week of my whole check being gone for the most part, but that puts me in the clear. So yeah, it doesn't pay to be sick anymore, especially with prices through the roof on everything. It's getting ridiculous. As we're seeing it, I mean, travel's down. I mean, I know a lot of people ain't traveling today. Just can't afford it. And that's, kind of sad, but there is benefits to that because I mean, I try to take the good with the bad. Some of the good in that is now people are going to be spending time with their families at home and it's and their neighbors. So that's a good thing. I firm believer, interaction with people and, hey, if it's just your neighbors, that's even better and your family. But I also know people out there are really struggling because I mean, all of our burgers and brats, our meat products have went up. I mean, like I said, I was buying the 10-pound logs of hamburger meat. I mean, just last year. I mean, it was like 21 bucks. Now for that 10-pound log, it's like 35, $36, pushing 40. I mean, this last time I was only able to, I just bought a 5-pound log, which for myself, 5-pound log will last about a month, just almost a month. I'm just not having that extra sub, which kind of sucks. No data. Oh, today's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? I'm already being shadow banned on Twitter, which I find funny. I haven't really been on Twitter in the past few weeks. I must have. Yep, it's gonna be one of those days. Yep, it's gonna be one of those days, guys. That's kind of why I've been having Breed run things from the back end. This probably wouldn't be such an issue if I could actually do it from my computer. I'm sure by now AT&T's trying to throttle my phone in every which way. So bear with the disconnection issues because apparently I'm going to have issues all day. And it's also, you know, everyone's home. Well, most people are home. I know a lot of people have still had to work today. People that work like Walmart, restaurants, they don't get Memorial Day off. A lot of people do have to work today. And I know some factories that are running today just because they're behind. I consider myself kind of lucky because we're behind too, mainly because we just don't we're running skeleton crews. Not even skeleton crews, to be honest with you. It's just gotten that bad trying to get people to work. We talk about increasing people's pay and stuff. It's a good thing, at least to us. When we get a pay, like me, I got a $2.50 pay raise, which is, they have to because every other place has raised their pay. But in a sense, it does hurt because it makes people, they're paying more. I'm just going to go here. I'm going to stay here, collect a paycheck till I get hired in at this place. So, sometimes the increasing the pay to match the current prices isn't a good thing, which is really, it's never a good thing, as we've shown throughout these states that increased the minimum wage to $15 an hour, $18 an hour. We see how that gallon of milk that you were paying, yeah, I don't even want to think about what the price of gallon of milk is right now. It's like $4. But that $4 gallon of milk is now $8 because they're matching the the pay minimum wage raise so they can raise their prices more. I think it's wrong what they do, but they do it. So essentially now, after taxes, you're actually paying more for that four gallon of milk, $4 a gallon of milk than you were before because you're actually jumped the pay bracket or tax bracket and actually is bringing home less. So that don't work. Everybody wants to get their little cut of the pie, piece of the pie, and as we're seeing now, prices are just on everything is just ridiculous. And there's so many contributing factors. I mean, you got to go all the way to the bottom. And then when you get to the bottom, it's the farmers that are getting screwed the most because everybody wants to make a profit. Well, the farmers make the least profit. They always have. Our system's broken. It's been broken. So people start to stop arguing amongst themselves and find unity over the division. It's going to continue to be broken, and we're going to continue to be manipulated, used, and abused. That's why they're so big on pushing division, pushing these issues that's going to divide us, get us arguing amongst ourselves. That's was the main reason for Obama's executive order, basically allowing the mainstream media to do propaganda pieces. It's and then, nobody wanted to call him on it then. A few people did, but that's Hitler-esque. That's what they did. It was all propaganda psyop during World War II. The Nazis wrote the book on it, and well, it kind of happens when you go for that great race to collect all the head scientists and top military officials to train our military, to train our alphabet agencies. The history of World War II is bad enough, but when you start really delving into it, see what they did at the end. They actually called it the Great Race. It was the Great Race to get to Berlin, to get to Germany, to get these scientists, these top SS officers. But we also had the movement of the Monuments Men, which in itself was a little interesting as you study that aspect of it. They weren't just after the art, the literature, they were also after documents, scientific research stuff. So, they weren't even as, the great deeds that they were doing, they were also being used to do psyop stuff as well, collect valuable information to where they could find these top generals and top scientists. I was like, oh, yesterday I was in a space. I just jumped in. I don't normally talk in spaces on Twitter. Somebody brought up I brought up, just basically jumped in, wanted to wish everybody a happy Memorial Day weekend. And somebody wanted to, well, the dark side of it. There is a dark side of it. You know, when it comes to war and honoring our soldiers. Our soldiers does our government's bidding. They go to wars that we shouldn't be in. You know, Dude was completely correct in what he said. But my counter to that is before we recognized this day as Memorial Day, it was known as Decoration Day. It was a day where we recognized the Civil War soldiers of both sides. War is an ugly thing. It just should not diminish the sacrifices that our soldiers on either side make, because they all make the same sacrifices. They're sacrificing their lives for their family, for the things they believe in. They might not agree with the wars and the current conflicts at the time, but they still believe in what they're doing is right. They still believe in, for the Americans, we believe, we're doing it for our freedoms. We're doing it for the freedoms of other people. We're that beacon of hope, and we will always be that beacon of hope to the world. I have my opinions on that as well. I've stated it. It's long overdue that we stop being the police of the world and mind our own damn business. And that can happen if we put the right people in office. But as we've seen, as history has shown us, with every great empire nation that has risen, their downfall is always the corruption and the greed, the lust of power throughout history. every great civilization has fell because of that. And look what was lost. Let's look at Rome. We're just now realizing the technology that we think is primitive, but yet the aqua filters, the roads, stuff that after Rome fell ceased to exist for a couple hundred years before we've seen another great.
Did you get kicked?
No, I got muted again.
Uh,
That's getting old.
oh.
That was nowhere near my phone that time.
Yeah, I feel like ass through a meat fettle.
Don't,
Happy
don't
real.
worry. I was pretty hungover when I woke up this morning.
Well, I wish that was it, but yeah, we'll go there. Um, I do have the panel up so that if, and of course the mines was being a bitch. I had to load the page and reload the page about a dozen times.
And I figured, oh, well, like I said, I can only access through my phone, and I can't do shit through my phone. So
Right.
apparently, I can't even run a live stream through my phone right now.
Well, you were doing just fine. Yeah, your bit rate was low, but
No, it's like the third time I got disconnected and had to restart the stream.
I didn't see anywhere on my end that you completely dropped out.
Well, no, because I've got it. I've actually got it, so I go right in and just hit restart route live stream. I got it pasted in already.
But it's
Yeah, it's like the third time I've actually gotten kicked. Lost that stream. I don't know why. I'm running almost 20 on a speed test, so
you shouldn't get kicked if you're sitting relatively close to your
modem.
well, yeah, you shouldn't ever get kicked.
No,
But
I'm not. It's like within 10 steps from me, so I don't know.
and I
Because
don't think
I know I'm shadow banned on Twitter, so
but I don't think it's AT&T. I honestly don't. Could be, but not
well, I'll
confident.
see. I got AT&T for my phone, which is deactivated supposedly, and Spectrum for internet, and I've got the high speed for Spectrum, so I'm jamming on the internet. So there's no reason I should be getting disconnected
That's what
or having stream's current bit rate is 299.99 kilobytes a second, which is ridiculous. It should nowhere be near that. But hey, we all know how my Memorial Day podcast goes. So
and well, you know how I know what your bit rate is?
yeah, because you're signed in as me right now.
I know that's confusing as fuck.
No, see, I'm sober enough right now to realize that that's not me typing. It's like, oh yeah, I didn't type that. Unlike yesterday. Although I'm doing it again on an empty stomach.
Oh, oy vey. Yeah, that'll be me in about 2.5 hours. I already started on the wine. Hey, let me kill the mute the TV in the other room and grab another cup, and we'll start off because I'm in a ripe ass fucking mood.
Oh, good. Because I completely forgot what I was talking about after the third time getting disconnected.
Well, try to hold the stream for 2.5 minutes if you can.
Oh, I'm sure I can do that in perfect silence. I know there's a bunch of people out there much rather me be quiet than talk.
All right, I'll be back in 2.5 minutes because it takes that long to heat a cup, and yeah, I'll be right back.
Nope, I went for the other hangover cure. Just poured another drink straight.
Oh boy, I'll be right back, folks.
At least I stayed up, didn't open the Jaeger back up. Oh yeah, bad. I ended up having like 3 more glasses after I cut the stream yesterday. Needless to say, wasn't too coherent for the 600. But like I said, guys, this is also your day. You know, I usually set the holidays around for you guys. You guys want to call in, let me know. You want to join me and Bree on the app, I'll give you the link so you can just join us right here. It's not much different than Spaces other than actually it's not really much different than any of the streaming apps. I personally loved the Jetsy app. I mean, it has its issues every now and then, but it's been good for me. It allows me to stream to YouTube or Rumble or wherever, which I don't stream to Rumble. I don't do the pay to play. So that's my only real complaint with Rumble and Gab is you want to stream on their platforms, you got to pay to play. And well, I can do my streams for here free, upload them to Rumble, upload them to my feeds. Works just fine for me. I don't need no D Live, which I haven't been over there in years because seen them for what they were before. But no, everybody, oh no, this is where you got to be. This is where you need to be. They don't censor. Yep, January 6th. What happened, guys? Yeah, thought so. And that wasn't, and it's happened well before that. But you guys found out just like we told you. You would have done your research, read the terms of service, which is very important, guys. It's your due diligence to check the terms of service because it can change at any time without notification, without warning to you. And it does. After reading their terms of service, seeing what they were about, yeah, BS. Censorship happens on every platform that is created. They have to abide by laws. You know, they want to keep their platforms up and they're not on their own server. Well, they got to abide by whoever they're renting their server from. Which, we've seen what happened to Gab. They were forced to censor, not once, twice, 3 times. And, there was that last time where, supposedly, the person who posted whatever they posted took the content down. But they were basically told, if you don't remove the content, we're terminating your access to the server. We'll never know the whole ins and outs of that. They bullied the person into taking the stuff down or not. I don't think that happened personally. I think the person that posted it was like, hey, no, I don't want to lose a good spot, But like I said, Gab has their own set of morals and ideas. And if you are outside those morals and ideas, you will get removed. So there is no true free speech platform. If your ideology, your views and beliefs go against theirs, they have the right to remove you from that platform. It's just facts. I mean, YouTube has the right to nuke me anytime they want. Even though I'm low on the totem pole because, hey, I set comfortably under 100 subscribers. So I slide through. Plus, I know how to do other things to not draw attention to myself, which allows me to be vocal, allows me to express myself, not hold back. I mean, I talk about things where other channels would get nuked instantly. It's just knowing how to do things, just knowing how to play the game. It's knowing that I don't need 10,000 subscribers on YouTube when I'm everywhere. When I go live, I upload to at least 20 different places, my live stream. Then I upload to other places after it's done. I have a large following just in different niches and different platforms. I don't worry about the statistics. Because that's not what it's about. It's about quality. No, I'm not the best fucking podcaster out there. Fuck, I'm probably the worst, honestly. But I enjoy what I do. I enjoy the conversations I have. And that's all that matters to me. And for one, what I talk about probably only meant for a few people. And they'll stumble across this when it's time. That's how I see it. I don't believe in the numbers. The numbers is what gets you in trouble. The numbers is a psychological warfare psyop. It's designed to manipulate you and control you. When you start learning to break free from these things, I don't care how many likes I get. Fuck, I enjoy a dislike. So yeah, I could probably be the one blamed for them removing the dislikes because it don't bother me. I actually get pride. Ah, there's a dangerous word, right? Because that stokes the ego. But hey, I get pride when somebody dislikes my video because I triggered them. I made them think and question something. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to engage thought, make people think, make people question. Do I have all the right answers? Hell no. My fucking track record says will say otherwise because I've made a bunch of mistakes in life. I've learned from them. So usually I have to do it the hard way, but I've learned through it from them. I've grown, and I share those wisdoms, those learning things that I've learned. It might not seem like it in subjects I talk about, but those tidbits are there. You know, history, whether it be mine, yours, or world history, or our country's history, is important. You know, some of that history is important so we don't repeat the past mistakes. It's there for a reason. The monuments are there for a reason. When we start removing it, we remove that chapter of history and people forget it. We take those out of the textbooks in our schools because kids don't know it. They don't learn it, so it didn't happen. And I've actually had an 8-year-old tell me that. The Boston Tea Party never happened. There's your common core teaching in full effect. That is no different than what Hitler did. And it's happening in our education system. You want to talk about a real brown shirt movement? We have that happening in our schools. The very same thing Hitler enacted, our government has enacted in our schools. If you question it, if you question the school board, you're labeled a domestic terrorist, which is disrespectful to everything that we honor and memorialize today. Everything our soldiers, first responders have fought for, died for, put their lives on the line for. That's a mockery to what they've done and what they stood for. I'll let you go now, Ree.
um, any one of a 100 ways that I could actually go on this, I responded to a text this morning of an event that happened last week. And no, it was not Uvalde. And it's something that I said, and I've been saying for a decade, a fucking decade. Everywhere you go, you hear about all these GFZs. And yet I was sent an article via message about a good person with a tool and how they responded quickly, ethically, and morally. And how this shit doesn't get put out in the mainstream. In a lot of ways, I kind of like Sheriff Grady Judd down in Polk County. Says it the way it is. Definitely not everybody's cup of coffee. But says it the way it is. And why things that happen Why it doesn't get out there? Well, it's pretty fucking simple. Because it doesn't fit the fucking narrative. Made a
Right.
promise to my dad. My dad may not have been a hero. But to those who he worked on in country, he was. To a little Vietnamese girl who was on the front page of pretty much every magazine around the world. Yeah, I'm talking about the little girl that got blown 40 feet in the air by a grenade. He was a hero. She's alive today. There were no ticker tape parades. There was no big write-ups. In fact, there wasn't any write-ups. I made a promise to my dad and several vets to that war and other wars that it is not a right when those who seek to tear down war monuments that were put up to pay homage to those who served, but more importantly, to those who fell and paid the ultimate price, wrote a blank check. A blank check. Not just to this nation, but to the nations that they were going in to help out in their time of need. Whether it was they were fighting tyranny or tyranny actual. Big differences there. They still wrote a blank check because they heard the call. And as we look back over the last few years, they've targeted Civil War monuments now. What's to say in a few years, or a few months, or a few weeks, or a few days, they go after monument at Pearl Harbor, other World War II monuments, or Normandy, Battle of the Bulge, insert a monument here. But what happened? Perfect case in point. You remember possibly, or at least I know you remember when AIM, American Indian Movement, took a stand back in the 70s, and they stood vigilant on Mount Rushmore. You saw very quickly what happened and how swift and how decisive that action was. It simply was not tolerated. Where was the government when it came to protecting several monuments that have been defaced across this nation that were Vietnam memorial walls and such throughout this nation, particularly out in California? Where was the government then? What would have happened if those veterans who exemplify the term badass, what would have happened if they would have stood up and said, not one more inch, as they said in the 60s, not one more. No, not again. What would happen? Well, I could tell you what would have happened. It's quite simple. The veterans would have rose up. It would have been a bloodbath. Then the law would have came in, and it would have been like Standing Rock. It would have been a bloodbath again. Those men have already been in a bloodbath. Those men know what combat is all about. So what would have happened? The streets would have run red. We're in that time again where the very thread of democracy, remembrance, homage of those who have gone before. As I said, it might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. It might not be next week. But rest assured, the monuments of those who have fought and died before are in peril. Will it be in my lifetime for those that are ill intent? I hope not. For the love of God and all that they hold near and dear, I hope they don't, because I've been there and I know what ugly is. Yeah, I've seen some ugliness in this country, but you go after our war memorials the way that you did in 2014, 2015, you start taking down the war monuments that my father sweat, cried, and shed blood over. Now you've got another issue. And I'm not the only one that thinks that way. There's a whole lot of us that have that same mentality.
Well, I mean, let's look at it. This is Memorial Day. How many vets travel to Washington, D.C. to go to the memorial or to the Vietnam Memorial?
This is statistically, to not to cut you off the knee there, but outside of Veterans Day, this is undeniably the busiest time that Arlington and the mall, this is undoubtedly the busiest that area gets. Now, and on Veterans Day, not so much Arlington, but this weekend, yes, Arlington is packed. And for those people out there, if you like to travel and you have the time flexibility, whether you know somebody in Arlington or not, and if you're able to, and rest assured, there are people at Arlington that can help you get around Arlington if you're physically challenged. There are people there that can help you with this. If not, ask, and somebody will be more than happy to help you experience what Arlington is all about. I've walked some of Arlington. I have yet, and it is on my bucket list to walk every single row of Arlington. And keep in mind, that's a mighty big place.
Yes, and it grows
Every
yearly.
day, every day. There's only a few days out of the year that another hero comes home. There's only a couple of days out of the entire year that another hero isn't brought home and laid to rest at Arlington.
Yeah, my grandfather, his brother, his two brothers, when they passed, we were asked if we wanted them to be buried in Arlington.
It's I have a couple from back in uh the later wars that were buried there, but it's they're so far down in the family tree. It's very difficult to, if it wasn't for having a genealogist in the family, it would be very difficult to say, hey, yo, that's I have family that has been uh laid to rest in Arlington.
You know
Otherwise,
what pissed? You know what pissed our family off about that whole ordeal, though? When we said no to that, they fought us tooth and nail for getting my grandfather's plaque to be put on his tombstone.
and that's often a very double-edged sword, unfortunately.
Yeah, we had to fight tooth and nail to get his honorable service plaque put on his tombstone. I mean, it actually happens to a lot of the World War II vets.
Yeah, and it's sad that there is so much bureaucratic bullshit. I mean, you're already going through one of the roughest times that's imaginable, and then to have to deal with bureaucratic bullshit. It's pretty pathetic. Fortunately, we didn't have to deal with that with the American Legion. Fortunately, we already had my dad's place picked out, so that wasn't a real big thing. Getting the service plaque wasn't a real big thing. Getting the spelling right, that was a rather interesting thing, and though sad, those little things happen so frequently. There it's very hard to find fault in some of these people, because they make so many of them every day. But it's just one more thing that we all have to suck up and just deal with, I guess. But the larger scope is that rarely, whether it's if monument desecration happens, if it's at a place that is listed in the National Park Service, they're a little more aggressive about it. But
yeah, because federal land.
But state and county, even if the person is caught on video, or if they're stupid enough, as we seen at that county veterans park in California, even if they're stupid enough to make video of them and their cohorts doing the vandalism, rarely is there ever anybody ever prosecuted. And that's what is so aggravating. And, but the travesty isn't so much in just how degraded those people have gotten. It's what they're doing to the Civil War cemeteries, and nobody stepping up and going to bat for those people that paved the way for where we're at today. I mean,
Well, I mean, that it goes back to talking about history. I mean, like we came across yesterday. Today used to be known as Decoration Day. It wasn't a. It was, where we honored the Civil War fallen on both sides. It's like I said, today is the day we honor all. Doesn't matter what side they fought on. They all made a sacrifice. I mean, we've seen, what is it, World War One. The history of World War One is interesting too, but we had a ceasefire on Christmas while the soldiers were dug into their trenches, where they made a ceasefire, and they celebrated Christmas together before returning to their dugout trenches to resume fighting each other.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but didn't in one wasn't there I've only briefly heard just a couple of stories, and I've never been able to verify this. Wasn't there several stories of the Allied forces actually exchanging gifts with the Germans?
Yes, they did. I mean, the gifts were like coffee, cigarettes, and stuff.
That's
But
what I
yes,
thought, but
but it did happen.
I thought so. I thought so.
And the camaraderie amongst soldiers, regardless of the side, they still have that shared camaraderie. They understand from that perspective. I can't speak of it. I'm not a soldier. I'm not served. But I've been around. I grew up around vets my whole life. I mean, as a kid, grandfather vet. I always hung around with older people. Many of them Vietnam vets, World War II vets. Throughout my life, I still go to the Legion, listen to their stories. I love going to the Legion, buy them their drinks, drink with them. And, the stories, it's history. It's not written. It's their history, what they've seen, what they went through. And to hear them speak, it's amazing. And that's what we honor today. It's not what our government tells us, they're the enemy. Well, no, they're just fighting for their government and their people. War's ugly.
Very.
And many times, as I'll kind of put out there in that space, I don't know if you were there at that point when that happened. He brought the darker side of war. And it's the truth. They do what the government tells them. They tell them to go fight this war, they go. I mean, after 9/11, we've seen what took place. We've seen our enlistments highest since Vietnam. Well, I don't want to use Vietnam. Highest since World War II. Vietnam, they were forced in.
Let me know when it kicks out, because we're getting close.
I don't know, because I've had to restart 3 times.
Oh.
Which I think is funny. You jump in and it hasn't done it since.
Interesting.
I must be on the fucking bad behavior list.
Interesting.
Probably I've said some shit yesterday. I say some shit all the time I'm on here, so it don't matter. I don't care. I get my way one way or the other. But people look at that, they forget about that. They forget about the history of things. The history of this used to be Decoration Day. But yet, during Obama's time, the removal of the Civil War monuments, because in the Democrat rhetoric, it was racist. But we're talking about the party who created the Ku Klux Klan. That's historical fact. The Democratic Party created the Ku Klux Klan. And they want to erase, those facts, but that's kind of hard to erase those facts when there's still pictures of the newspapers, the Post, the great Klan bake that walked through DC. I think it was DC, wasn't it? During the
Yeah.
Democratic convention. Well, it probably wasn't DC. It was one of the Democratic conventions. I mean, you could try to spiel your rhetoric any way you want, but for those of us that study history, that know how to research and find these things, we will set there, fact check you, and counter you at every movement. We are the true fact checkers of this world. Me,
Well,
you, everybody that listens. You're the fact checkers, not some paid group of people that holds the same ideology and rhetoric who's paying them. They're nothing more than prostitutes and whores. And that's what I'm going to start calling people that work for these corporations such as Facebook. It's a corporation. Amazon. You guys are nothing more than prostitutes and whores. If you cannot freely speak your mind, freely tell the truth, then
well,
you're somebody's slave.
well, those who, and I see it all too often, in many circles, that the families, pay, um, just as hard, if not an even bigger, uh, cost. But the ones that ultimately, uh, get hit the hardest is the gold star parents.
Oh, yeah.
They're the ones that, yeah, when it first happens, for about a year, they're invited here, there, and everywhere.
I mean, I can go back to Obama's administration, Benghazi,
Perfect one.
the machine gunner that
Bone.
basically disobeyed a direct order and held his fucking post. That
13
gold
hours.
that Gold Star family had to be ridiculed and hear a fucking so-called president call their son a traitor.
13 hours, folks. Go get the movie. Don't just watch it. Go get the movie. 13 hours, the most accurate.
Well, no, not accurate because it doesn't cover what I just said.
There's
13 hours never covered that machine gunner that refused a direct order and ran back to the building to man a machine gun post.
Marcus
So,
Luttrell. He's the only one.
then to have a fucking sitting president tell his family, no, he was a traitor.
Go look up Marcus Luttrell's speech. He's the only one who's never wavered. He was there. The only one who has given the same testimony and has repeated the exact same thing at the very first time and as recently as 6 months ago, Marcus Luttrell, he was there at Benghazi. And yeah, there justice for Benghazi should have happened. Hillary should be behind bars or other.
Oh, bunch of people should be behind bars over that one. Couldn't answer her phone, so she said. But yet she had no problem erasing tons of emails from her computers and phone, which took far longer than it would take to answer a phone.
Yep. Benghazi is a very, very sore subject with me.
Benghazi is a very sore subject with a lot of people.
I was not far away when that happened. So, yeah. It was, and there ain't a day gone by that I don't think about that one. But I agree. There's enough to go around for that one. Did we lose it?
No.
Oh.
No, I was just resharing the link, trying to get some people in. I know it's early still. I usually don't get people into later, and I can almost guarantee you some of the people we normally have on, like Sword Point, ain't gonna be able to make it. I didn't even bother actually messaging him because I know he wants his wife just being out of the hospital. It's family time for them. And the last thing I want to do is disturb that.
Right.
And I know Mr. A hasn't been doing well, so not expecting him today. But I would like to get a couple people in, hear their opinions and views on things and other topics. That's what today's about. Not only are we honoring and our fallen soldiers and first responders, but we're also trying to have some good conversation on various topics. It don't have to be all political today, and it shouldn't be. We have enough political stuff to keep us busy for the rest of the year. It's about socializing and having fun and enjoying the day together with each and everyone and sharing stories. So, like I said, the topics, yeah, we're talking about things like we normally do, but the topics are open to whatever you guys want to talk about. Like I said, here sometime soon we're gonna get disconnected. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. Bree's already got that. We'll have it taken care of. Like I said, I'm not sure where the hour mark's gonna be because I don't know because I got disconnected 3 times.
Yeah, and your bit rate is staying steady. That's what's
on your end, not mine. Mine end's still showing 377, 46, up and down.
Yeah, but it's staying pretty consistent. Which is weird.
No, I think it's very weird. As soon as you jumped in, we haven't had an issue, which I'm glad. I'm thankful, but maybe it ain't on my end. Well, I'm sure it's on something to do with my end.
And just as soon as I roll away, it'll cut out.
Yep.
Yeah. Question: since we're kind of talking about memories and whatnot, did you get a chance to go back and take a look at what I sent you last night?
Somewhat, I guess.
413 laps.
Oh yeah, I woke up towards the end, or was drooling towards the end. I was drooling probably for most of the race, in and out. Yeah, my download is 224.4. My upload is 11.4. So no, I should not be having an issue.
But it was, that was crazy. Um, but that's not, you know, at least, you know, from what I seen, and I did catch the opener and throughout the race. I I I was very happy to see NASCAR reminding people, not just remembering, but also reminding people the cost of freedom. And it wasn't just once, but it was a couple of times they called out the 13 from uh, Afghanistan and the pullout. A couple of times they read off the names. And I thought that was very, and it wasn't in any particular order, which I thought was pretty good. But it was a reminder of the cost. But there were a few that, and I've seen this in past years, where soldiers that are lost uh, on training missions that never get mentioned, or soldiers like at the bases in Texas or Alaska that tragically, particularly Alaska, that are of the 22 active duty, that for a myriad of reasons can't can't handle it. And whether it's the isolation away from the family or the extreme pressure, that just can't handle it anymore. And that's also what this day is about. Have you seen any of those names ever on the bottom of a ticker, remembering them anywhere? Because I haven't. I mean, it's pretty stark to me.
That's one of the things I always love about this time of the year, Memorial Day, 4th of July. I'm a big dirt track fan. I'm a big mom and pop thing. The dirt tracks aren't sanctioned bodied by NASCAR. They're sanctioned by other, but the local homegrown tracks are just that, local and homegrown, just like our fairs. The patriotism that you see at these places, especially like on Memorial Day. I was mad that I couldn't go catch the race yesterday because that's what I like doing. I love going, or Saturday, I love going to the dirt track, my local dirt track, on Memorial Day and 4th of July weekends, because the patriotism, it's there all the time though. It's a bunch of people together, no matter, and it's all walks of life, skin color, whatever, having a good time, socializing, having some beers. My local track, they'll bring the kids up to do the do the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's an amazing sight to see. and feel the experience because it's there, and it's people try to say it's not there. You know, they want to throw racism in it. You go to these tracks and it's not there. You'll see the Confederate flags flying. Nobody gives a damn. You'll see the fuck Joe Biden stickers and flags, and most of them are in full agreement. But there's no arguing politics, nothing. We're all there for a good time, to have good food, camaraderie, socialize, enjoy the race and the entertainment. And I love that's what I love about the Coca-Cola 600 that NASCAR does as well. The honoring of the following. There was one thing that was stated yesterday that pissed me straight the fuck off. Almost turned it off, honestly. I did. Because he was, I think he was sincere in his emotions, but it had no business being brought up. And that was no business being brought up the way he brought it up. And it was that shooting that took place.
I miss that.
Yeah, it was like right before they were getting ready to go over to the switch it up, give the command. It was right after Michael Waltrip did his little grid walk thing, and they came back to him. Yeah, because it reminded me what I seen the other day on MSNBC, how the fake crocodile tears that they were portraying.
It sounds like something that Denny Hamlin would say.
No, it wasn't. It was the older announcer.
Mike Joy?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I have some things to say, but I'm not gonna say it publicly.
I'm sorry. NASCAR's a corporation. We all know it. But that shit right there, yeah, it would probably be mentioned at the dirt track, but not in a political sense.
I mean, let's keep it all the way real. NASCAR is a political stage to the right, predominantly.
They here lately they've been leaning more to the left, honestly.
After they got rid of
it's been the left's rhetoric more and more with NASCAR.
Yeah, they're getting
it's a big turnoff.
They're getting
It's becoming a big turnoff for me.
They're getting there. I'll admit that, but it's
predominantly banning the Confederate flag. That was a straight left move.
Yeah, that was, but
especially over something that wasn't even a noose. The whole Bubba Wallace thing in Talladega, they went too far with that.
Well, let's be real. I mean, that's his. He's from just down the fucking road there. That's why that was orchestrated there. I mean, let's be real.
There's, like I said, nothing turns me off more on sports when it starts going to political rhetoric. I mean, I prefer right now to watch hockey. You get both national anthems. People stand. They refuse to take a knee. I mean, that's the one sport that I've always loved because they recognize the patriot. For the most part, hockey's considered Canadian and American, more Canadian than American, but we've adapted it. So we do both national anthems because it's our two countries that have the teams. But when you get to the Olympics, it's or international leagues, it's made up of a bunch of people from around the world. Even our hockey league is. And I love hockey. It's like NASCAR. I'm kind of burnt out on the rhetoric there, and I enjoy my local tracks better than them. Of course, I grew up on the local tracks.
Well, truth be told,
ARCA
is having their better races right now.
But ARCA is also NASCAR owned now.
Yeah.
So I mean, I used to love football until all the fucking political shit came in it. Until then they started catering to the rhetoric, and allowing shit that they shouldn't allowed. You know, but I've stated this before. All our sporting venues and events are nothing more than the Colosseums of Rome. So it is what it is, but we need our distractions and we need our breaks from things. But when we go to these venues or watch these venues on TV, we're not getting that break no more because it's in our face. So yeah, I've been vocal about that a little bit, not too much. I try to keep it out of it because it is what it is. It's the Coliseum. It's what it was designed for, to appease the people and distract the people, to quell the people. So, but our sporting venues aren't what they used to be. I mean, during Vietnam, World War II, look at how a lot of almost all the Major League Baseball players that enlisted and fought the wars. Now our professional athletes are overpaid, prima donnas. Very few have served. There was that hour mark we was looking for.
I think I caught it.
Yep, 122. So now I know. I mean, I don't know. It's what today's about, is memorizing our fallen and honoring our soldiers and stuff. Those are the true heroes, the true celebrities of this world, not the overpaid athletes, musicians, Hollywood celebrities, what reality TV stars. They're not people that idolize or exist as heroes or role models. If anything, they're the opposite of that.
To me, the last um, professional athlete that really had my respect was Patrick Tillman.
Yep.
Rest in peace, brother.
There's still a few NFL players that are retired servicemen,
Alejandro Villanueva.
which I respect highly. And I thought, but even that, how many of those guys have lost respect for the NFL though? It's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's a new subject. I don't feel like ranting on that one.
I mean, it's.
Hey, excellent connection. Wow.
I don't know how the fuck I pulled that off, because before I got online, I was pulling a 150 with a 8 upload.
Yeah, I read your mind. 244 with an 11, almost 12. I should not have had issues. I should have kept my mouth shut. Warning.
Yeah, we jinxed ourselves. And I'm hardwired, y'all.
But yeah, it's like it's just so many things. Just like today, I mentioned earlier the how many of our vets actually go to DC to the Vietnam Memorial and the World War II, World War I Memorial, or the ceremony of the unknown soldier. I mean, the biggest thing. But what are they going into today when they enter DC? What are they seeing? Well, we're seeing metal fucking fences again up around the Supreme Court and a few other buildings. And in a
Yeah,
sense,
those ain't going away.
no, any chance they get to throw them back up, they throw them up.
No, I don't
And
think those will ever come back down now.
and there's several ways we can look at that. Now, this is actually one way I look at it. Our house, our national museum, well, not museum, but our House of Representatives, our Congress, our Supreme Court is under siege. and being denied to we the people. That is our buildings, not theirs. There's a reason why in Congress and the House it's in a rotunda. In the rotunda there is seats and seating, which there used to be. They might have took them out now. For the people to come in and watch their representatives to make sure the representatives are representing we the people. Those buildings were always supposed to be open to we the people. Never to deny them. Nothing more pisses me off than the fact that our illegal, yeah, very careful with my words. No, not our treasonous government has denied we the people our rights. Have denied us access to make sure they are doing their jobs. But it's the same people that will call parents domestic terrorists for challenging the school board over critical race theory, which has no business in our school, just like teaching transgenderism has no business in our school system.
I mean, let's keep it real with the school systems. The school systems are not teaching legitimate.
No, our school systems are indoctrination centers. That's all they have ever been.
I mean, I look back at the shit that they were teaching us back in the 70s and 80s, and I used to go around and round and round and round with my dad, my uncle, and a lot of people in that generation about the many positives to the public school system. And whoa, was I sadly fucking mistaken. Now I'm the one saying, man, I think we need to go back to country school, y'all. Education was a fuck of a lot better. You got the reading, the writing, and the arithmetic. And now I look at some of these future leaders, should they choose to be, they can't even read and write in cursive. What the fuck? They're not even teaching that shit in school no more. And I'm like, man, sorry ass fucking system of education, if you could even call it that. I mean, come on.
I mean, no disrespect to the teachers out there, but we haven't had a real education system in a long time.
No, we haven't. But then again, I grew up, and I might have been on the very back end of Cold War education too, where we still did the Cold War drills in
50?
school.
Yep, you were. Yep, 50, you were.
I have you to know I I was supposed to graduate in 90. But even through 85, we were still doing Cold War drills in school.
Well, yeah. I mean, through the 80s, we were still in the Cold War up until Reagan and, Gorbachev tear down that wall. We were still embedded in the Cold War, and which truthfully never really ended because, like a good nobody can turn down a good crisis. I mean, we're still dealing with it. Now it's
just
Biden
called
and
something
Putin.
else.
Yeah, now
It's
it's
just
Biden and Putin in Ukraine.
in Taiwan, and it's
Taiwan should be our biggest worry, honestly.
right, right. And I was watching a video this morning because I got up way too fucking early. Um, you know, the reality, and I've made this point to a few people, and I think the point is slowly starting to sink into a lot of people that we're in WW3, just that the lead ain't flying yet. Um, that we're in the early days of three. It's just it's not went kinetic yet.
Right. And we're
The,
not far from it because I mean, let's look what China did a couple weeks ago. Like I think it was just last week, but
China,
they stopped peace. They're no longer in peacetime production. They went to wartime production. Who are they at war with?
they're at war with the West and anybody that does business with the Allied uh, nations. But then you also have
So China is well. I mean, let's keep it. China is no longer in peacetime operations.
no,
So
and
they're preparing for war, and their only interest at this point is not Ukraine, is not what Russia's doing. They could care less. Russia's their distraction is Taiwan.
well, I found it very interesting that while talks with uh, Taiwan were going on, that uh, Russian and Chinese jets were uh, going through Taiwanese airspace um, at that time. And 15 minutes after Biden left Japan, little fat man, funny haircut, um, ripped off 3 missiles with at least one of them being an ICBM. How long do we play this game with the fat man?
Well, I mean, the fat man ain't no.
He
I view the little fat man as simply as this. He's another Bin Laden, another Saddam Hussein. He's our little tool, so we
um
have an excuse
I'm
to do
not
things.
I'm not um
He might not be the CIA operative that fucking Laden was,
I'm not, a lot of
but
people.
we use Saddam Hussein all the way from fucking Desert Storm till when we finally decide, oh, we need a fall guy, so and we're just gonna go hang him.
I
We used him as an excuse to propagate how many trips into Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Baghdad. For
I
almost 10 years, we used Saddam Hussein as an excuse to be able to invade the country, to put troops there. We always have to have that excuse for some reason. That's what
I
that little fat man is. He's our excuse for if and ever we want, because the biggest threats in Saudi and the Middle East is not Saudi Arabia. Well, they are, but or Iraq or Afghanistan. It's always been Iran. But we let them build their nuclear powers up. We play the little games with them, but we keep letting them do their thing.
and see, I don't look at um North Korea in the same vein as a lot of people. I legitimately see the the seriousness of uh the threat that he poses. Um, and it isn't so much him. It's um if something were to happen to him, it's the one that follows him that's actually a more severe threat. That
Very.
she's 5 times more dangerous than he ever thought of being.
Well, yeah, she's like her fucking daddy.
Oh, she's like
Maybe
her dad.
worse.
She's like her dad on crack. I mean, she's far more sadistic than. I mean, she's been put into the same realm as Hitler in so many ways. The parallels can be drawn. And so when looking at puppet states, North Korea is very much so. I see that situation as a far more serious threat. Yes, Taiwan, that's most imminent. Yeah, North Korea, we need to be paying attention to, because about the time that Taiwan goes hot, North Korea's gonna get stupid. That's just how that shit's gonna
Well,
go.
North Korea's going to get stupid anyway because they're going to do whatever fucking China tells them to do.
And what they need to pay attention to is as soon as they're done with Taiwan and done playing games with Taiwan, they're going to do a very fast lateral, and North Korea just does not have the manpower or the material to stave off long. And
No,
when I say long,
I'll tell you how this is going to go. It's going to go Taiwan. Then from Taiwan, to appease North Korea, it'll be South Korea and Japan next. Then, once they get that, it'll be the Korea War all over again. But they're China, Japan, or China, North Korea, even South Korea, their long feud with Japan goes clear back to the fucking Ming Dynasty.
I was going to say it goes back into the Ming era, or shortly thereafter.
The feudal era.
Yeah.
Which is recognized by even Japan, because Japan has its own feudal hierarchy before World War II. So, I mean, that feud is ancient, and that's where to go. I mean, right now, the Russia-Ukraine thing, that's a distraction, guys. While we're sending billions of dollars that shouldn't be sent there. I mean, I don't like giving this idiot props for anything, but I will give him his props. Joe Biden did say that we will not tolerate an invasion in Taiwan. We will send troops. At least he has a backbone. Even though his backbone is corrupt and more than likely paid for by the people that are blackmailing him. And you can't say one way or the other on that because, well, our federal government refuses to investigate the fucking laptop. Our Congress refuses to do anything, and that's both sides of Congress on that matter. They rather focus on January 6th and keeping U.S. citizens detained indefinitely as terrorists, domestic terrorists. They rather meddle in a country that we're not allied with than investigate a potential breach of our national security. And we've all know, all the way clear to Crimea, the involvement of the Bidens in Kiev, Ukraine, Crimea.
Hold on a second. I think something happened because my TV just went out. Hold on one sec. Oh, it came back. We must have buffered.
So, but that's how that's going to play out. And, Russia's just using China for the fucking money, honestly. And China better be very careful playing with Russia. let's keep it all the way real. They're not friends, and they're definitely not really allies. There's long fundamental tension between them that goes back to the czars over land disputes, territory, because Russia borders China. So it is interesting, that whole scenario, and it is something we should be paying attention to. Not what's going over in Ukraine and Russia, but what China's doing. We've always seen what China's done through the pillaging and raping of natural resources all around the world. Stealing. They're and basically they're invading all these countries and stealing their natural resources. And truthfully, you could say they're not, well, it's not the military doing it. So no, but they're arming the people that are there doing it. So therefore, they are invading your country and stealing your natural resources. The reason China's got all this built up fucking gold that they've got is because they went into these other countries and stole it and raped and pillaged the land from it. And these countries can't do anything about it because there are so many people armed that it would be a bloodbath. But they should send their military in. But it's not a military involvement. It's the police involvement. And the police can't go up against that many people. And they know it. So they play that little game of sending their citizens in to steal all the natural resources. And that's been well documented throughout the years. Not to mention their meddling in the stock markets and exchanges, the stealing of tech. It's, our real enemies right there. And we have many. We haven't made no friends in a very long time. But yet we're always the first one called to be the police and the mighty arm of the law. But yeah, that Taiwan is it that if it doesn't happen before the end of this year, I'd be amazed. I think what they're looking for is a bigger distraction in Ukraine than what we've already got. I think our our attention should be pulled far away from Ukraine. Our involvement should be nothing in Ukraine. But hey, what do I know, right? You still there, Bree? Yeah, I lost your mic, Bree. I'm not hearing you.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I had to step away for 2 seconds. I'm back. I'm back.
I know.
I had to step away for 2 seconds. I thought we were looping.
No, I haven't seen a loop on my end yet.
TV kicked out altogether, and I was like, "What the hell?" I didn't know if we got disconnected or we were looping or what. So I was like, and then my bladder kicked in. So I was like, oh, I might as well kill three birds with one stone. So it's, there's so many moving parts, and I've looked at this, and I've put the pieces on the chessboard, and I've looked at it so many different ways, but then I also look at it in a because I have a much different view of this uh, than a lot of people. Um, Partially because, well, I live with it in a very short distance of the border as well. Um, I have other concerns as well, and so there's that aspect. I mean, I believe that a nation could be stupid. I don't know. We've been very fortunate that it's only happened one other time. Um, Although the argument could be had that every day this nation is being invaded, and it would be a very valid argument.
Well,
A
that's not even
very
an argument.
valid argument.
That's not
Um,
even an argument. That's a fact.
well, yeah, you didn't. I didn't get a chance to even finish the statement, but um, how many people? I mean, the southern border, yeah. Um, but how many trips happen uh, across our northern border through the midsection of this country every day that we don't hear about, except in small circles by those who live in the area. How much actual coverage do those actually ever get? I mean,
Well, no, I agree with you, and we've exposed that on a subject that I don't want to get into.
but I mean, it's this legitimately ties in, and this is something that those who have gone before have mentioned multiple times. Um, how frequent uh does this happen? I mean, this is something that I think maybe more so than ever in this nation's history, we need to maybe instead of not talking about it, um, we need to actually get more vocal about it.
Nope, that's for somebody else. I ain't going down that rabbit hole again with the human trafficking and the sex trade and shit, all that. Nope, I ain't doing it. I refuse. That's
No,
for somebody else.
no, not that topic, but yeah,
But
I don't
that
want.
that is our biggest issue on both borders, though.
Oh, it is that. Well, that's one of. You can't open that box without looking at.
So yeah, when we open that box, we gotta open all of it, and that's part of that box, and I'm not going there. Been there, done that, did the research. Fuck you. Somebody else can do it.
But it's people just simply need to pull their head out of their ass. Seriously. Um, but there's a whole lot of this that ties into how did we, if every citizen went to our county land assessor and did an audit, how much land is something that I've actually been looking into. How much land over the last let's go just the last 5 years. How much land have we seen that has been bought up by federal interest or by foreign interests?
A lot. I've talked about that. Especially farmland. Everybody wants to talk about fucking Bill Gates buying it up, but they refuse to talk about how much that fucking farmland China's bought up.
They don't even want to admit how much, or even take a look at the nefarious reasons why Gates is buying this. They don't even want to look there, let alone the foreign interests. And it's like, people, get your motherfucking heads out your ass.
Well, no, they're too distracted with what's going on in Ukraine. Or right now, everybody's distracted with them not being able to get by, prices of gas and shit like that. I mean, it's the ultimate distraction. It's the ultimate weapon against the people, is controlling their livelihoods. If they can't afford to do things, they're going to be less likely to tune into subjects like that. People don't understand these things because that only happens in third world countries. It don't happen here. They don't want to believe it happens here.
It's between that, the high fuel prices, and then feeling like they're being forced into getting these EVs, until you expose the fact that the power grid simply cannot handle, even at a, if 20% of the population was to immediately capitulate and go to an EV, the power lines would fry. They would absolutely fry.
Well, not even the power lines. Our power stations can't do it.
No, and that's what and then they're like, they point to all these wind turbines, and I'm like, do you realize how inefficient those things are, and how intense and costly the upkeep is on them damn things?
Well, fuck all that. It's where they have to put them. So we're sacrificing. I drive every fucking day by a field, a whole fucking 4-5 mile stretch of wind turbines that used to be farmland and preserves and woods that are no longer there. And when I get into like Sherwood and Paulding area, you see signs everywhere, stop. These fields are not solar fields or air turbine fields. These are farm fields. They're stripping the farmland. So therefore, when you start putting these things up, you got to start building big electrical stations for the power to go transfer to. They're literally stripping our farmlands to put these wind turbines up. Guess what? We have a food shortage. Well, here's these farmlands that can't be produced because we got all these fucking wind turbines that are within what? Not even a mile from each other.
Yep.
That stretches as far as the eye can see. Anybody's watching any of the videos as I've traveled, in fact, next time I'm going to take my camera with me and get some pictures of them. Just so you know, as far as the eye can see, you can see nothing but wind turbines. These all used to be farmlands, good hunting area, good woods and forest that have been converted over to solar and wind turbine. So therefore, there is less food coming in because we've lost farmland. I've watched during the pandemic in my area hundreds of acres go up for sale to private auctions that wasn't accessible to the public. And a bunch of farmers bitched and complained about it because they wanted to be able to have access to buy some of that farmland because it butted up against theirs. But no, they weren't allowed. And more than almost all that farmland that was sold to this day is not being farmed. It was bought out by some foreign entity. That's all you can find. And it's not being, the fields are not being worked. They're just grassed over. Then we have our government. They did it this year too. Telling farmers here, we'll pay you not to plant. They've created this mess we're in. They've created this food shortage that we've got, but people are none the wiser. Why? Because they get caught up in the distractions, or they get caught up with, I don't got time. I got to work 2 jobs now again. I ain't making the bills. While our government sends, I mean, it's probably triple digits in the billion that we've sent to Ukraine. None of that's went to aid a failing electrical grids or failing infrastructure, to bring food costs down. We've mysteriously had a bunch of fires in food processing plants. Baby formula plants shut down because of bacteria. And people are none the wiser. Or they listen to what's being posted on Twitter and being fact checked by their people, or Facebook, or what MSNBC, CNN, Fox is telling them. Oh, this ain't happening. As they come on there and cry their little crocodile tears and say, we need to remove these assault weapons from people's hands. It was some of the worst fucking acting I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, there is no such thing as an assault rifle.
We know this, but unfortunately, most people don't, it seems. There's only one thing. Well, then actually, there's such a thing as an assault rifle. It's a fully automatic weapon.
That isn't even an assault rifle because it does not have the ability to automatically get up and or automatically engage without somebody putting their finger into the trigger housing. Otherwise, it is not an automatic. It does not. It just automatically starts spewing lead.
No, it's an inanimate object. It can't move on its own, can't do nothing on its own. It takes an idiot behind it to pull the trigger.
And therefore,
okay, I said I wasn't going there, but I'm fucking going there. Case in point, Texas. That shooter. Okay, you want to say it's an assault rifle, and you've heard my definition of assault rifle. It differs from Breeze. Texas, you can own fully automatics.
it's a class 3, and it does require
No, not in Texas. Not in Texas.
You still have to take the state required test because Texas is not as free about things.
No, wait, before you go that far, you're going to get people confused. Any other state to possess a fully automatic, you have to have a Class 3 dealer's license. In the state of Texas, you do not have to have a dealer's license to own, possess, or buy a fully automatic. And there's 3 states where it's allowed. I can't remember the other 2. Texas is one of them. You do not have to have a dealer's license to buy, possess, or own. But to this day, throughout history, never has a fully automatic weapon been used to murder people. No, never has an assault rifle ever been used in any state to murder people. That's fact.
True.
And Biden, fuck yourself. The most deadliest fucking caliber in the world. And you can ask any trained killer, assassin, Mossad, SEAL is a fucking 22 caliber. No, because it will. Chances are, in your little fucked up comment today, it will go right through the lungs and ricochet off every fucking bone, and might go out your foot on a chest shot. You ignorant, stupid son of a bitch. Yes, the 9mm, you might survive. Yes, it might blow your lung out.
No, there's no might about it. It will.
But a 22 will ricochet throughout your body and turn it to Swiss cheese. It is the assassin's weapons of choice for silent killing. You put the 22 in the head, it will fucking spin around in your cranium and never come out until your brain is mush. It is the most deadliest caliber to ever exist.
And what is the 5.56?
It is a fucking 22 caliber on fucking steroids. Just like a Hornet.
Here's a little Ballistics 101, folks. Because unlike Drew, I'm very familiar with the 5.56. A lot of people don't know you can run as long as the receiver, and not so much the receiver, but the BCG, bolt carrier group, is set right. You can, in fact, fire a 223, which is a faster shell, a lot more powder, a little heavier lead, but still 55 grain, 55, 62, or 77 grain, typically. Still in the same exact diameter as a 22, but it is not subsonic. It's subsonic. Fires right around 1,700 to 2,100 feet per second. The 5.56 is supersonic, has more powder, and screams out at 3,100 feet per second. Same weight as the 223, but it comes in at 55 grain, whereas the 22 is only 40 grain. So yes, the 22, and yes, the 20, there is an adaptation that you can put in a 5.56. There is an adaptation that you can get, and you can run a 22 caliber shell through a 5.56 barrel.
Well, I mean, they make the AR in a 22 caliber.
They
also make it in a 223 5.56. Or you run either or.
You can run all three calibers through the same barrel, with no harm to the barrel whatsoever, because it is the same diameter shell. The only thing you have to change is, of course, your magazine is going to be different. all you have to change is the BCG. It's the same trigger component. Your fire control is the same. You can replace. You can change your buffer tubes if you want, but statistically, you can. All you have to really do is change one component. In that, you don't even have to get a specific AR. You can do it all the same in an AR 223 combination, and that's the preferred that a lot of people will do. Is they will put that ARC 22 BCG into the upper receiver, and you have all three right there. I've seen this. I've experienced that. Yeah, there's you get actually a slightly improved firing, but your ballistics actually are greatly improved. And
Well,
the
yeah, but that's utterly irrelevant because most of these shooters don't care about ballistics. They just spray and pray.
it's
Well, they don't even spray. They just pull the trigger and pray.
the but you were right that the 22, but most people don't, and I've tried telling a lot of people, and I don't think even a lot of hunters out there actually understand just how accurate that insert caliber here. They don't have a clear grasp of what their actual effective range with their caliber of choice actually is, because
Well, no, I mean, and I don't expect them to. They're out there hunting. They're doing it to put food on their table. They don't care about ballistics. And why should we? Let's keep it real. I mean, I understand it. I get it. I run nothing but match grade, specifically set up for that caliber and that specific rifle, which will differ from the other rifle that's, for all intents and purposes, they're identical to it. It's just set up different and has a different match grade to it. I understand ballistics, but the point is, I don't need a fucking gun to kill somebody. Back in the fucking 90s, I had to register my hands and feet.
what most
The fact
people
is, I know what I can throw a fucking kick to your fucking side of your head and kill you. I don't need a gun. Fucking, we've seen this time of the year, more people this weekend will die, not of gunshots, wounds, but of drunk drivers.
Yep.
I don't want to hear it. Don't cry me a river. Don't throw me your crocodile fucking tears. Facts are facts. If you're gonna so-called call yourself a fucking journalist, even though you're nothing but a fucking whore, prostitute, actor on a so-called fucking media entertainment show, at least get the facts right. Nobody wants to talk about all the shootings that take place with illegal guns, not purchased legally by law-abiding citizens, that happen every fucking day and every weekend in the hundreds in Chicago.
Yeah, they don't ever want to talk about Chicago.
Nobody wants to talk about the fact that most of these cases, there's a few that's been where they've actually bought the weapons, did it the right way, legally. But most of the cases, when it comes to shootings, they didn't even legally buy the guns.
Because they fucking couldn't.
Right. So let's cut the crap. Let's fuck the arguments. Let's fuck Congress and, we need to ban these weapons. No, we don't. In fact, you have no right to do anything with our Second Amendment. And it's time we put our foot down and not be like the fucking traitor ass bitches and fucking the NRA that will compromise. There is no compromise to our Second Amendment. There is no compromise to our First Amendment.
There shouldn't be any compromise to
Anybody
any
that
of
says
them.
anybody that says any different is a traitor and not a patriot. The NRA is not a patriot and is not a fucking friend to us. Why? Because they make compromises. They're willing to compromise. There is no compromise to our Second Amendment. The NRA can go suck a big fat fucking dick. And anybody that supports them can do the same. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all the fucking corporations thinking they can control and say what our Constitution is. You're a fucking corporation. Worry about your corporation. Not we the people. I'm sick of people saying we can give an inch here. No, there's no more giving an inch because every time we give an inch, guess what? Here's where we stand today. A tyrannical fucking government that's doing as they please. Fuck the people. Sending billions of dollars to a third world country that's not even a ally, while people here in the United States are suffering, barely getting by, on the verge of being homeless. I am sick and tired of it. And I will not compromise any of that to appease anyone. You don't like what I got to say, there's the fucking door, change the fucking channel and go somewhere else. Yeah, I might have been quiet for a month, but a lot of shit's been brewing. I'm tired of what I see. Yeah, I've been told your tone's changed. Yeah, it's changed because people are being ignorant. People have forgotten their history. People have forgotten their ways. Well, I'll be that guy. I'll be that guy that pisses everybody off. Good. You come down to my level. Get pissed with me. We keep telling you how to make change. You guys don't want to do it because you've been told change can't happen. But yeah, we've seen it when we point it out to you. Oh, you get caught up in the next distraction. Fuck the next distraction. Grow a backbone. Stand up for what you believe in, not what others tell you to believe in. Go ahead, Bree.
You know, some of this shit I have. Sorry, I was rolling one up, and when you only got a hand and a half that actually functions, trying to use a thumb roller when you only got a thumb and a half that actually works it's a challenge. You know, some of this shit I've said for a decade, and you just get tired of saying the same shit. You get tired of addressing the same shit every fucking time. You know, it's kind of like my biggest fucking pet peeve. Topic that I've spent more time talking about than any other fucking topic. Cat, get the fuck down. Topic I've spent more time talking about than any other. Not just because it's a happening topic or it gets views, because quite frankly, most of my shit I'm lucky to get across the platforms 50, 60 views, maybe 70 views. I really don't care. I guess that's maybe why I don't put out as much as I used to. But, you know, at a certain time, at a certain point, you just get fucking tired of stepping up to the plate, putting your head, your heart, and everything you got out there, and in hopes that this one time, this one fucking time, that people are gonna fucking listen, and they're just gonna fucking get it. And there's gonna be a mass quickening, not just of the spirit, but a heart set, a mindset. You know, maybe it's, I don't know. You know, I've been asked by a few people that, have I given it thought that maybe I grew up in the wrong era? No, I didn't. You know, because those good old cat, stay the fuck down. I'm trying to talk. That, you know, yeah, there does need to be a mass awakening of a heart set and a mindset, and through that, maybe a skill set emerges. But that heart set, it doesn't happen necessarily overnight. You know, and I'm talking to those who are of my generation, those that grew up, had a motherfucking backbone. Where'd you go? What happened? What the fuck happened? You know, a lot of my generation, and you're in that. A lot of us went off to Desert Shield, Desert Storm. A lot of us went off many different parts thereafter. What happened? Where did we somehow lose our way? Those hard-won values and ethics that our parents, their parents, tried to instill, that are reminiscent of the Great Depression. The very fucking skills that we really need now more than ever, are systematically not just being forgotten, but they're being removed. I mean, how many places, how many cities are we seeing that, oh, you can't grow a garden in your flower box that faces the street, or you can only grow a garden in your backyard, not your side yard, or you can't grow a garden at all. What the fuck? You know, what the fuck?
Can't collect rainwater.
Yeah, among many other things. Or in my town, it was common practice. Um, Mothers and daughters and fathers and sons taught their, before they even went to the archery range, uh, taught their sons and daughters how to shoot a bow in town, use it in a very short range, using youth bows and very low powered bows at that. Um, before they even got to the point that they could go to the range and were old enough to go to the range. Um, Now we can't even fucking do that. I mean, time honored tradition abolished. I mean, for fuck's sakes. No hunting arrows were used.
We're getting
Um,
close to that hour mark again.
oh fuck. Okay. Um, you know how these traditions that weren't just family traditions, but handed down for centuries. Um, when it comes to archery, gardening, um, things of that nature that by and large it is not allowed to happen anymore. Um,
But
you
they won't
know,
even let the Boy Scouts use. Tra- I remember when I was in the Boy Scouts and Eagle Scouts. When we'd go to camps and stuff, like the bigger camps, you had archery, you had shooting. They don't even do that anymore. It's not allowed.
yep. And
Of course, when I was growing up, you could have a fucking shotgun and a rifle in the rack of your truck while at school.
right. I chuckle every time I go out to crawl in the vehicle. An image pops up in my mind. You know, it's all fine, great, and wonderful till you get people in this in one particular area of the country involved. You know what part of the country I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, it never happened in the rural areas and the small towns and stuff, schools. There was never an issue with people having.
Now let's see if it happened in hot dog.
And we're back. Like I said, guys, every hour it's going to cut off. As long as we're on top of it, we won't have to start another stream.
But it's
Let me finish though. Back to what I was saying about growing up, at school and stuff. We all had our shotguns and rifles in the truck in the gun rack in the truck. No issues were ever made about it until gang violence in the big cities and the inner schools was happening. Then it became an issue. But it wasn't happening in the rural small towns and the suburbs and their schools. Nobody said boo when you walk by a car with a truck with a rifle and a shotgun in the gun rack in the truck. It was just common. Nobody took them into school. Nobody shot anybody. But we had the gang violence happening in the big cities and the inner cities, we should say. That's where it was happening. And all of a sudden, it became a thing. Nobody wanted to crack down on the gang violence. Nobody wanted to address the issues of the inner city schools, and to this day they don't. Why? Because their kids don't go there. You haven't figured it out yet. George Carlin said it best. Honestly, he did.
he said a lot of shit that was spot on.
We're not it, and we're not invited.
Ah, that speech.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that club. And guess what? We
You're not
ain't
it,
in it.
and we're not. We never will be.
Yeah, you see what um his spot on analysis has got him.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of. If you want to be truthful about it, got to a lot of people that mysteriously just came up with diseases from perfect health.
Yeah, it's strange how that shit happens.
It comes down to the facts that this country, if it keeps going the way it is, we're going to be no different than Russia, China, and these third world countries ran by dictators and tyrants. Jefferson was very vocal about it. Many of our founding fathers were very vocal about this issue. Many of them didn't foresee our government becoming as big as it is today. Some of them did, and some of them spoke out about it. History is important. Remembering our history is very important. Just like as we remember our fallen. These are the principles that they fight for, they die for, they sacrifice their lives for. The ideologies and of our Constitution, our freedoms, being that beacon to the whole world, letting them see you can have these freedoms if you're willing to fight for it. That's been my whole issue with our government for a very long time, and for throughout history, meddling in other countries' affairs. Let me tell you something. When we took our control and created our country from the British, we took it by force. Yes, we eventually got aid at the end from the French, the turncoats. When we had a civil conflict, no other country came to our aid. No other country came to our need. In fact, the British did quite the opposite, subvertly interfering, giving the Confederate ships and shipping them to the Caribbean to be fitted with guns, then brought here. That's been uncovered and documented. But they subvertly did it so they weren't violating the treaty that my founding father opposed with them, which ended up costing him a shoe-in nomination for the Supreme Court. But when we had our Civil War, we dealt with it in-house. We didn't let no other foreign country come in and pick a side. So when these other countries have their civil disputes, let the people fight for their freedom. But let's not put a single boot on the ground and interfere. Our history has shown that it can be done. We've done it. So why do we want to meddle and interfere in another country? If we're going to do that, we might as well just take that country and make it ours. And essentially, we've done that. We just don't outright say it's ours. For the next 20 some years, you're not going to be able to build an army or have a naval fleet. We'll rebuild you, help rebuild, but you're going to abide by our saying.
Well, look at what we did to Japan.
Well, that's what I was referring to.
And we stripped them of their ability to arm in any way. But we did rebuild their infrastructure.
Yeah, but eventually we gave them their rights back. 2000, I think it was.
Yeah, somewhere
2000, 2001, they were able to build back to a certain degree. I think there's still limitations on how big they can actually get. But that's some of the problems we face. it seems like we're meddling, and when we see our government is meddling in places, and for like Obama, I mean, let's just send drones and bomb the shit out of countries we have no business even being in. We're creating turmoil for the next administration to come in, which they hope is theirs, to continue. Oh, they're in chaos. They're fighting. We need to help, or we need to intervene. That's why it's referred to Iraq. Iraq was our fall guy for 10 years. It was our excuse. The whole time this was happening, because you gotta understand the 80s and 90s. A lot of our congressmen and women, which was more men at the time then, were oil tycoons. They were getting rich off the fucking oil. The chaos that was causing the disruptions and stuff. The oil field that they had here, they were selling and making millions. Follow the money. There's a reason why these politicians get in office didn't have shit and wasn't even a millionaire, and within their first year of office, they're millionaires. Multi-millionaires now for many of them. They can make a career out of it. They're the very same ones that are real quick to send our troops to places they shouldn't be. In affairs that they created subvertly. Yeah, I'll let you run it for a
Yeah.
bit while I make something
Ah. Um.
or get my burgers out of the oven.
Okay. Um. We've covered this topic about term limits ad nauseum, and too many times, and because this is an election year, um, if you call it an election year, um, this is the prime time, I guess, that it should be talked about, that we do need term limits. At what point do I think that will actually happen?
Well, not until we replace the whole fucking thing from the top to the bottom.
I've been saying for getting on 20 years, from the outhouse to the White House, we need to rebuild this system completely. And
not put the same fucking people back in.
Right.
We don't need no billionaires, corporate executives, Elon Musk's in our government. We need the opposite. We the people, the everyday blue collar farmer, homeless guy in office.
Yeah, we need the outhouse to the White House, the everyday person, whether it's guy on the street corner holding the sign, the farmer, the trucker, and everybody in between. We don't need the person who's gonna work for the largest handout. No, because that's where we went wrong. We went wrong the moment we started sending people to do our bidding. I rather enjoy watching fishing tournaments because at least you see who's paying their bills.
Well, it's like Rob always said, fucking our politicians need to be like NASCAR drivers and wear their fucking all their sponsors and corporations and businesses that they own on their fucking
Suits.
suits.
But BASS is it's the same way. You see who's footing the bill every step of the way, and at some point that really needs to be, whereas if you put the common man in, they're more apt to use this thing that has been so far removed from society today called common sense. And with a movement of that nature, common sense can be just that, common once again. Is it likely to happen? Probably not, but maybe. Oh fuck, what happened? Oh, I don't ever get kicked.
Yeah, I just got kicked.
So die. That was
We're still alive. Yeah.
that was weird.
I just got kicked, and there was another, which is weird. This is real weird because I only got two groups on my phone set up, yours and mine, and it had a whole new one up, and I almost clicked on it. That I don't even know, something arms and something.
Okay, that we must be touching a nerve. But it's very, very surreal. In fuck, that just derailed my entire thought process. Fuck.
I've been fucking getting derailed the whole fucking day between getting fucking having my stream go down before you got here.
Getting muted.
Yeah, that's been happening for the past 2 days, and I don't know what's up with that.
And my comment, the thought that I have is that if maybe when common sense returns to being something that is commonplace, we can get back to having civil discourse and civil fuck, now it's no data again. Says we're still live, but there's no.
Yeah, it does been doing that periodically, showing the no data thing.
The interesting thing with the lack of civil discourse is that nobody is even trying to have civil discourse. It just becomes a pissing match no matter where you are. You're on one side of the aisle on a topic or the other, and it doesn't have to be anything major, which is very disheartening. And I don't think people in general realize just how far down the shithole we've actually gotten. Either that or they just plain don't give a fuck. Um, and I think it's actually the latter. They're not interested in civil discourse. They're more interested in creating a broader civil disconnect, by and large, and that's unfortunate because civil discourse, many wonderful things actually get talked about. Whether it's in the legions around the world, uh, those places, man, the conversations that happen, wow, um, it's amazing. Oh, there's getting fixing to be a fight back behind me. Um, and I just don't see the any margin for error anymore, and it's to even attempt to bring civil discourse to the surface anymore, unless you face backlash, whether it be from the law enforcement, uh, and they're very good about bringing that animosity and distaste for whatever it is you may believe in. They're very quick to that shit, um, and they don't give a fuck. It's my way or the highway, and the the sad thing is they they're very quick to scream that, oh, there's no trust, it or belief in them. Well, why should we? um Supreme Court made their feeling and their views very clear, um in the ruling on the Gonzalez case. um Nobody wants to talk about that, uh but they're not interested at all in trying to bring something back to some level of trust or respect. How can you trust if there's no olive branch there? How? That it's a very interesting time, but moreover, and much bigger, um, trust in those that you walk around. When if you park a certain way, somebody is very quick to call the law, instead of dealing with it right there and talking with the people, whatever the situation is, instead of calling the law. um, Everybody seems to be very quick to call the police. You know that that's not the way that it was. What are they afraid of? They afraid of a confrontation? They afraid to be told to mind your own business? What's the deal? And I see this all the time. Ow. It's rather aggravating, but I see it and I hear it every day. Not sure what you got out of that, Drew, but again, we're back to kind of the ramblings of the chaotic mind. Memorial Day.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I pissed a bunch of people off already, so it don't matter.
It's I'm in the mood where I really don't care who I offend today. I'm just there. I'm in that zone and in that mood where ain't nobody gonna call me And certainly ain't nobody gonna message me because I turned the fucker off.
They can't.
You know, that's just how it is. You know, but I'm just at that point where, you know, maybe I am old school. Um, maybe I'm too old school for the day. Chase, get the fuck down. Um, you know, and I've been told that more times than I can count. I wished I had a penny for people that have said, "Oh, you're just too old school." Old school worked for a couple hundred years at least.
I don't know. I don't class myself as old school, but man, there was a lot of OGs in my life that fucking taught me a thing or two about life.
You know, I do classify myself as old school because I lived it, you know, and old school was always the way. Until you could show me a, a different way that has a little less pain, you know, old school is uh sometimes the only way. You know, that's kind of how I look at things, and sometimes the only way to do things is with that blunt object.
Well, sometimes that's the only way. You got to just be blunt to the point.
You know, it's the
Because
only.
sometimes that's the only way to get somebody's attention. I know that from personal experience. So,
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of people their lack of comprehension doesn't pick up what you're laying down. Unfortunately, you know, it's the way that I lay stuff down. Most people don't. They don't have the ability to pick it up and uh run with it. I guess, you know, it's for those who seek, not those who need. Apparently, that's kind of where I'm at.
yep. And in most cases, as we've seen throughout history, it takes a 9/11 event to wake people up. Sadly, sad but true. You know,
And I've asked that very question um many times, and I've had that very question asked of me if I thought this nation had another um awakening, if you will, um if another situation like that, God, I hope it doesn't ever happen, but um if this nation could ever pull their heads out of their damn asses and come together as a nation as it did on 9/11.
yeah,
And
it will. I mean, our history has shown it will happen, or it has happened, and it will happen if an event like that ever happened again. Which I don't think it will, because I think our government learned its lesson, and they pretty much all got their funky up anyway. I mean, look what they created behind our unity while we were distracted, while
I
we're all riled up and wanted vengeance and justice. And look at the laws that they passed that screwed every single one of us.
And you mentioned something very key in that I'm going to key on, that I'm going to hit with a 12-pound hammer. You mentioned justice. Where's the justice for those who took action in Shanksville? Where's the justice for those people that stood up in the face of the most ugly? Where is their justice? Will there ever be justice for all those who lost their lives in the towers, for all those who had no choice but to jump from those towers, for all those responders who have lost their lives due to various cancers after their service to the tower, responding to that situation. Where's their justice? That one in and of itself is a very baited. You see how baited that question is? Where's the justice for those families? Let alone all those who responded to the call of their nation and went into harm's way in the days and weeks and months after. Justice, a very vague term. What does justice look like?
You know what they say about justice? Justice is blind.
Justice is what you find by the amount that you can afford, by the amount of the measure that you can afford to pay. Yes, that's true. Justice is a lot like love. It's very blind. And it's also very discriminative. Hey, how many points can we think of on that one? Because I could name probably 7,000 or 8,000 of that on that one.
Well, yeah, it's a two-edged sword.
But how many, do I think that this nation could come together again if something like that ever happened again? I in my heart, I would love to believe that. I really, really would. But I don't know. I think that division has ran so deep from so many different angles that have been sown. I don't know. I've asked the question recently, if we took the Constitution written as it was into 100 classrooms, keeping in mind that the Constitution was written in cursive, how many classrooms today could the students read the document and understand the document? How many classrooms? 100 classrooms. How many out of that 100 could it be read in? How
I
many
don't know.
students?
I couldn't answer that question today. There was in my day when I was going to school, every single classroom.
Yep. And that's exactly my point. You start speaking
No, but you bring
Constitution.
up a good point because well, like New York, well, just check your gender as X.
You might as well
Just leave
sign
your
your
mark.
name.
Just leave your mark as X. And that's the end. I mean, some of the agendas and the end goal is to completely strip everybody of their individual identity.
It that's very reminiscent
Because once you
of
do that, you completely strip the way a person. You turn them into nothing but a controlled slave.
that's very reminiscent of uh, a nation that's actually very close to us, Cuba. A practice um, that practice is very alive and well today. You will own nothing, you will have nothing, and yet you will be free. Um, or that you'll just be happy. You won't even have your freedom. You'll be happy, and as soon as you reach 14, day after your 14th birthday, guess where your ass goes? And I've been asked that question too. How do I feel about a mandatory uh, right after uh, graduation? Um, how do I feel about mandatory military service? You know,
Well, that's the thing. In almost every country, that
no,
is the policy.
it's not almost. It is. We are the exception to that. Um, day after your high school graduation, you're gone. You go. That's just the way that is.
And we'd have definitely a lot of less betas out there.
And I've had this legit argument. Um,
I'm not. I'm actually against it, but
there is so many. I guess I'm biased on that for many reasons that we're not going to get into on this cast. But I see a lot of positives in that because you learn a few things very quickly. Um, you learn morals very quickly, or the rest of the lessons. Well, you're probably only going to get one other lesson. And that's the lesson where you go meet your maker. Um, and that's usually a very expedient lesson. Um, but you learn morals. Um, you learn ethics. You learn just exactly what you're about, and but moreover, you learn uh compassion. You learn how to do this thing called team. You don't learn um this um you learn team. And it's in some nations, if you don't grasp this thing called team, your team will pay you a visit after you go to sleep, and you may or may not wake up from that lesson.
I mean, I agree on everything you said because those are all the very key points of the whole argument. But as somebody who believes in the Constitution, you're stripping our young generation of the right to have their freedom of choice, which is the fundamental thing that separates us from every other country. The ability to choose to enter the military and serve and protect this country, to serve and uphold the Constitution. There's many factors, you know, they're taking people from, well, I'm going to help this country, my country, by taking over my farmland, farm for my father, where if we make them enlist, they're not taking over the farmland. Or potential doctors, potential lawyers, even though they'll learn those trades in the military. That's true.
Now,
But
I could.
we're stripping away their fundamental rights to the very pre-concept of our founding fathers is to be able to say, I choose to do this.
Now,
No,
I can see, if somebody is.
I mean, was the whole argument about Vietnam and the draft, taking people's freedom of choice away and forcing them to do something that they did not want to do.
I can see the aspect of if somebody is wanting to go to school to be a doctor, um, or work to help aid in the infrastructure. I see that um, argument, or the kid that wants to um, be the farmer. God love the farmers. Don't get me wrong. We need the farmers now more than ever. But how many people that actually took the farm deferment actually went and did it? Um, there's an argument that could be had there.
I mean, on the same token, let's look. There's many people that enlist solely to get the education because that part of your contract with the whatever branch you go into as a younger individual is they'll pay for your college and education after you do whatever you sign up to do. But look what happens to many of those. They become, don't take offense to this, nobody, but it's fact. You guys can, it is. You become the adrenaline junkies. You need that, so you never unenlist. You keep going. You need that because
Nothing compares.
exactly. Or you end up not getting that college education, end up going and joining police departments or something that gives you that same camaraderie and feel. So, I mean, it's
that
part of the
argument,
fact.
I will be the first one to admit that it is very, very difficult.
See, great. I have a unique perspective on this. Both sides, my mom and dad, both sides of the family are been pretty much military. The only difference is in the United States, my dad and his family, we've had the right to choose. I mean, I kind of gave up my right. I did give up my right to choose. But I also promised my grandfather I wouldn't, even though technically I almost did. So I took that fork in the road and continued my delinquent ways. But I also experienced my mom's side of the family where I don't have a choice. That's why I can't go back to Brazil. That's why my brother can't go back to Brazil. Because when we turned 16, we had to enter the military. We didn't have a choice. Even with dual citizenship, I did not have a choice. Because the Brazilian consulate here in the U.S., D.C., or Cleveland now, says one thing. But as soon as we land in Manaus, the Brazilian government and consulate says completely the opposite. You have to choose. You have to enter the military. And, well, I owe over millions in fines to Brazil right now. Because when I turn 16, every year that I don't vote, I get fined. My mom had to go through this, so did my sister. They actually had to go to court and fight this because when they returned to visit, or my mom's case before she became a U.S. citizen, visa required her to return, and they went after her for with fines for not voting. And Brazil's a socialist country.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't have the freedom of choice. You know, the only thing that separates my family in Brazil from everyday people in Brazil is they're well off. They're into politics, they're into businesses, but they worked their way up back when they could and established things. They were smart. They bought property. They bought business. They started selling bread on the corner, then eventually bought a small building and turned it into a bakery, and eventually from there put their kids through school, through college. But at the end, every male, once they turned 16, had to enlist. Not a choice. And in many of these countries, that enlistment's almost permanent because you're taking people, and this is your socialist schools for you. Only the rich get the education because they're not in the private or public schools; they're in private schools. Most of the kids in the school system, they're just the teachers. They're just there to babysit. They don't teach them shit. They can't read. They can't write. They teach them enough. They teach the males enough to enter the service where they're eventually programmed, brainwashed, and they don't leave. Why leave? There's nothing to go back to other than the Provello, the poor house that maybe has a roof that leaks a little bit, not a lot. They don't have the freedoms of choices that we have. So no, I got to see both sides of the story. I live both sides of the story to this day. In fact, I'm not allowed to go back to see my family, my mom's side of the family. I wasn't able to go back to attend my grandmother's funeral. And throw in my delinquent ways eventually cost me even more. And I'm labeled a domestic terrorist, so I can't fly anyway. So no, I mean, I see the pros and I see I know the cons, but I have that's an area where I would put my foot firmly down on. And no, you're stealing their right to choose, their freedom of choice. You're basically becoming a third world country that does not respect their citizens and their choices.
I do see both sides of this.
But I mean, yeah, we'd have less betas. We would have a strong military. But then
Well,
again, let's look at the military today. And I'm not knocking the military, but look at what our government's done to our military. I wouldn't want my fucking son to go to fucking the military that our government has fucking allowed transgenderism and all this crap to turn our fucking males into betas and say it okay to lower the standards to get into these elite machines that even the lowest branch of the army is still elite compared to what a beta offers. I wouldn't trust a beta to be able to pull me out of a battlefield when I was wounded.
I'm looking at it in the aspect of
See, you're just getting me farther in trouble today.
I'm looking at it in the aspect of not so much the actual combat aspect. I'm looking at it from the hard life lesson aspect, and
it goes back to what I said. How can they get that when you've lowered the standards to get in?
yeah, I that's where I've argued that as well.
I
Now
mean, let's
there's
look at they would rather have beta keyboard warriors that sit behind a screen to fly their drones than a fucking jock who's going to be a grunt that's going to be on the ground.
I see that. And I think we
And
got another hour coming up here.
we got about 11 more minutes. But no disrespect to the military out there. I'm not trying to be disrespectful on this topic. There's good points both ways, and I'm sure we all have our opinions on this. But I think, I think the only disrespect that they might feel is me, talking about lowering the standards and betas. But I think they would agree with me on that aspect. They don't want that either. They want to be able to rely on their fellow brothers or sisters to be able to pull them out of a battlefield when wounded.
I was vehemently against the lowering of standards all along. Let's be right on that. But I think there's some things that some lessons that they
Those
could have.
lessons are supposed to be taught in school through sports, gym, different social organizations that they have, which is not being taught anymore.
Yeah, phys
Those
ed
those
is.
those educational factors that you're talking about should be being taught by the fucking parents at home.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Well, I mean, there's many. I'm not blaming the parents either, because there's many factors that contribute to why they can't. Because, well, quite frankly, you don't have control of your children.
Nope. I need to step away for 2 minutes. I need to grab my food, and I will be right back.
But it is an interesting topic to talk about because let's keep it real. I can see her point, and I can see where it makes. Yeah, it's kind of needed, but I have to put my foot down on that aspect. For the simple fact is, it violates what our Constitution stands for. And it's what separates us from the world. We need men out there being men. We need men teaching their sons to be men. Just like we need our women out there teaching our daughters to be women, to be young ladies. Not some transgender unicorn or whatever fantasy that they think is cool at the time. Because that's just that's fantasy. We need to teach our children to have an identity for themselves. And teach them the morals and values of being men and women in society. We don't need no more betas on the female side or the male side. We need alphas. And we need to stop. I'm going to go here with it too. I went with the NRA. I'll go to it here, right here too. On this topic, we need to stop giving it an inch. This shit has no place in our schools. And most of our public areas. Why do I say most? Because there are venues out there that cater to these niches legally and consentingly. Now, they have the right to cater to that because that's what they do. I don't need it in the mall I go to, and I don't need it into a racetrack that I go to, or a baseball game, or a hockey game I go to, or restaurant that I eat at. In fact, if I see it in a restaurant that I eat at, I will no longer eat there or do business with them. Remember, you're the consumer, but at the same time, they have to have your money. If we stop catering to them and being their consumer, well, they'll change or they'll go bankrupt because there's more of us than it is of them. But that's slowly changing too because we're allowing it to happen and change. We've given an inch. We've given our school boards more control over our children than we have. You know, I remember I had gotten in a fight at school. It was right before we get aboard the bus. Bully being a dick, forgot that I like beating up like beating up bullies. Decided to take a swing at me while my back was turned. Well, I headbutted the crap out of him and split him open and almost split myself open and got on the bus. Well, bus driver decided not to leave and called the superintendent. The superintendent came out, got me off the bus, then made the mistake of putting his hands on me and picked me up and slammed me into the bus. That was his first mistake. The second mistake was letting me go and putting me back on let me get it back on the bus to go home. Because that was his last mistake. Because as soon as I got off the bus, my grandfather was standing there, seeing the knot on my head. And then the bus driver decided to be dumb and get out of the bus and explain what happened. And, well, my grandfather had some choice words for him and a few choice words for me, like get in the car now. And we went to the superintendent's office. My grandfather was about 68 at the time. Now he's 70. Thin. Man, he flat out. He had first words out of his mouth. Did you put your hands on my grandson? Did you pick him up by his jacket, slam him on the into the bus? Well, he was fighting. He didn't even get the words fighting out of his mouth. My grandfather was on him, lifted him up, and threw him over the desk and stood over him. If you ever put your hands on my grandchild again, this conversation will go a completely different way. And he goes, oh, enjoy your last day on the job. He went from there to Doc Piper, who was the town's barber, but was also a long-standing member of the school board, and told him what happened. And he made a few phone calls, and that superintendent no longer had a job. Now, I'm not saying to pick a superintendent up, throw him over his desk, because you won't get away with that in today's age. The moral of the story is, if you have a backbone, you take a stance, and you fight for what you know is right, because it takes two to tango. They didn't even do anything to the other kid. Didn't even hear my side of the story. Which, takes two to fight. Even though he might have stole on me while my back was turned, I still engaged in the confrontation. So yes, I deserve to get punished for that. But that's not how we were taught. We was taught to defend ourselves. Don't let a bully you around. Stick up for yourself. Take an ass whooping like a man. Or deliver one. But don't come home crying about it. I've took my fair share of ass whoopings and I've given them. I'm the first person. I will try to avoid a fight at all costs, but don't be that idiot. That's the problem. We don't got people today. We teach people not to stand up for themselves, not to defend themselves. We teach them to give an inch. We got organizations like the NRA give an inch on our Second Amendment. We've got parents that'll give an inch to the state and have throughout the years to where we've reached a point where we have our representatives saying that our teachers are the heroes. It's their children. No, it's not their fucking children. They're your children. You're the parent, not the teacher. The teachers have forgotten their place. But yet, when we take a stance, we have the government trying to label us as domestic terrorists. Well, why do they want to do that? Because you have no rights if they label you as a domestic terrorist. They've stripped you of your rights by just labeling you, regardless of any due process, any evidence of such thing. But yet, so many people are silent about it when we should have been vocal and took a stance. No, we're not going to take this. No, we're not going to take our judicial system labeling us as parents domestic terrorists, and any representative, senator, congressman, congresswoman that said otherwise had just committed an ethics violation. No U.S. citizen is a domestic terrorist. No vet out there that has served is a domestic terrorist. Unless you commit an act of domestic terrorism. Walking through into the state house or Congress is not an act of domestic terrorism, as a judge has ruled when you let them in.
Drew, you got muted.
I'm not muted.
It shows you're muted on my side.
No, oh damn, I don't know. How long was I muted for?
I don't know. I just looked and it just showed up that you were muted.
Oh, interesting. I don't know if I was muted or not.
You still are. It's just it shows that you're muted on my side. Did we get back?
Yeah, we're back. This is probably gonna be the last hour.
All right.
Nobody wants to join in, so.
All right. I'll be right back.
I mean, we just got to stop giving an inch on everything. It's time that we start taking stances. It's time that we start taking a stance with our kids, taking our kids' education back, taking, if our school board system is going to teach them transgender, okay, it's time to set them down and tell them it's not okay. And states that pass laws that say you can't, we need to fight those laws in the court system all the way to the Supreme Court. Like I said, everything starts at the home level. And then from the home to our community level. We tell you, I've told you how to, you want change, this is how you make change. You start at the home. You start with thyself, then the family. Then it starts talking with your neighbors and friends and community. Then you start putting those community members that agree with you, that think what's going on is wrong, into the systems, into the school boards, replacing the school board members that want to say otherwise, into the mayor's office of your town, all the way up to your state level. Same way, and we repeat the process for our federal level. It's not something that can be done overnight, but we can start it with our primaries. Many have. We can start it with the upcoming congressional elections for our state and house. Putting the right people in and removing these corrupt individuals that are there, all of them. If they ain't coming out of there and making a stance, screaming at their top of the lungs every time Congress, their fellow congressmen and women do something wrong and calling them out in public in front of everybody, taking a stance inside of Congress, standing up and calling them out, then they need removed because they're not representing you. They're part of the problem. When do you differ? When are you guys going to see that? When are you going to stop reelecting these people? When are you going to stop falling for the label mind game that's made to deceive you? I don't care if they're red or blue. I don't care if they're Republican, Democrat, Independent, bipartisan, liberal, Tea Party, or whatever name you want to call them. Actions speak louder than words. What have you done that backs your words? Have you stood up for everything the Constitution says for, the very oath that you're going to take? No, you haven't? Okay, you don't get my vote. Next. Oh, you're a Democrat? You took these stances? You believe in the Constitution? Okay, you get my vote. You're a Republican, did that? Oh, yeah, you get my vote. You haven't? You don't. I don't care about your label. Your label's not, your label is just a word. It has no fucking meaning because you've given it none. Your actions is what gives it meaning. Otherwise, it's just a word. It has no meaning until I give it meaning, or until you give it meaning by your actions. You give that word power, not nobody else. You, by your actions, your intent, your intentions, what you do. Not what you say, what you do. A set of lips will say anything. It is your actions. If I can see you've done everything in your power, and you've lived up to every word you said by your actions, I respect you. I would vote for you if your actions are appropriate and right. Quit voting by party line. Vote by their actions, not what they say. Because 90% of things that come out of a politician's mouth is lies, half truth, broken promises, just to get your vote. Then it's back on doing the same old, till it's time to get reelected again, and you fall for it every trip. Quit falling for it. Quit crying to be a victim. Because if you voted for them, you're not a victim. If you keep repeating the same cycle, you're not a victim. You're part of the problem. Admit to it and change. I've made a mistake. It's good to say I've made a mistake. It's good to say I'm wrong. I'm not going to repeat that mistake. I'm going to learn from my mistakes. If we truly want to honor the men and women that have fallen, we would take a page from their book and their sacrifice. They did not give an inch. They stood up for what they believed in, and they died for us. The ultimate sacrifice. They gave their lives so we could have our freedoms. The most unselfish act. And we celebrate this day with alcohol, food, friends, family, and come tomorrow, we're back to giving an inch. How are we honoring the fallen when we give an inch? How are we respecting the ultimate sacrifice that they paid when we keep allowing these things to happen? Yes, this will probably go down as probably one of the worst Memorial Day podcasts I've ever done. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with everything I've said today. And I can live with it. I'm not going to have no sleepless nights over it. Don't care how many subscribers, followers I lose. I said what needs to be said, what should be said every day. I'd always rather have quality over quantity. I'd rather have people that I know have a backbone and are going to take stances any day of the week over weak-minded people that I couldn't trust. And everybody in my little circles, I can trust with my life. Can you say the same?
Sometimes I wonder, Sometimes I fucking wonder. But it's pretty much like every other holiday like this. How many people actually understand it and realize and take time to stop and think, Never a ticker tape parade or barbecue on any of them for me because, well, I don't do them. There's never anywhere to go. So why have them?
I can tell you why to have them, which is why they don't want us to have them. Because when we get together, we socialize, we talk. And they fear that the most. They don't want us congregating in groups. Because then we start talking, we start interacting, questioning things, and they don't want that. That's why we should have a fucking party every damn day. And they've tried. They tried to stop us from congregating. These technology or these fucking big fucking corporate tech companies and Amazon and Walmart's, things like DoorDash, is all a ploy to fucking get you from stop going to the stores. So you're not talking amongst yourselves and congregating. They don't want you having free thought. They don't want you, especially expressing that free thought to other people who might agree with you or might not have been aware of things until you pointed it out and made them think for themselves. And not what the idiot box keeps telling them. I mean, we talked about this way before pandemic even happened. The dangers of what's coming. Virtual movie tickets. Now you don't even have to go to the theater because when it gets released to the theater, Stars, HBO, Prime, Disney, they're all here. You can watch it right here at your home. You don't need to go to the movie theater where you might congregate and actually talk to somebody before the movie starts.
Fuck, we talked about that until we were blue in the face.
No, we don't want you going to the restaurant to pick up your food where you might run into somebody and start talking and others will hear you. We're going to, here, use the service DoorDash. We'll deliver it to you. We'll deliver your groceries. Boy, when you start talking about those things and pointing it out, then you start realizing how dangerous these services are that seem to be convenient. And I'll admit, yeah, convenient. Oh, wait, they're not convenient to me because I live out, and I only live not even a mile from town. They don't deliver out to me. Fucking bastards.
We don't even have that shit out here.
Fucking Little Caesars, or not Little Caesars, but Domino's delivery won't even deliver out here. I'm not even a mile from town. Shit, you not. I'm not. I'm outside of town, but no, they won't. Well, so if I wanted something or needed something when I was sick, I had to get up and go, which not a good thing because if I do that, there's a chance that whatever I have, I might spread to somebody else. But they don't care about that. They want you hooked on it though. They want to think it's your convenience, when in reality, it's to keep you from socializing with other people, interacting. Nothing is for our convenience. Believe that. It's like everybody's so hip and prominent on Elon Musk. He's just another corporate billionaire that hasn't even kept his promise to fix the problem in Flint, Michigan. He ain't the savior. He ain't that white knight in shining armor that everybody on Twitter thinks he's going to be. The bottom line, it's all about his pockets, his inventions, his company. I give that man no praise. I give none of these guys praise. They haven't done anything to earn it. Oh, he's got the Tesla car. It's better for climate change. No, it's not. Do your research on how they make the battery and the natural resources that that it costs to make it.
And let's not forget when them batteries catch fire, how much resources it takes to put the fire out.
Yep, because you can't use water. You got to use a special foam chemical that most fire departments can't afford. Which requires them to call another fire department that may have it to come, which means longer response time. Don't go blaming the fire department for that.
Yeah. And that's if you're lucky enough to find one that actually has it. Usually that response is 30 to 50 minutes away at the very least.
And most of these climate change fears that they throw down our face is 10 million years away from now. There's no guarantee our sun will live that long as it's getting older. Our natural environment is more of a threat than we are. And that's scientifically proven.
Yep.
Undisputably proven. It's when you get these corporations that'll throw a bunch of money at these scientists to say, once again, back to the whores and prostitutes, the real whores and prostitutes, because they take their money and yes, we'll say what you want us to say. We'll give you the data to prove your thing. When these other scientists have refuting evidence that's not backed by money, that they struggle to be able to go out and do their job as a scientist because they don't have the funding, but yet they have the truth that refutes the paid narrative. We live in a society of a bunch of whores and prostitutes. All they care about is the money. They'll sell their grandmother for $1 if it makes them profit.
Some of them I don't even think would take $1, and that's the sad reality. You know, it's, and I get tired of hearing the comment, well, what can you do? We can't change it. Well, yeah, actually, you can. First of all, speak up when you see shit go on, speak up to it. And once you start speaking up to it, then you're shedding light to the injustices that they're trying to bring. But they don't want to hear that.
No, because they got everybody programmed brain. Well, we're gonna get censored. We're gonna lose our channel. We're gonna lose all these subscribers and followers that we built up. We're not gonna be able to be monetized. Fucking prostitutes and whores.
It's what it amounts to.
There's no such thing as a get-rich scheme. If they're promising you a way to make money, they're best believe there's strings attached.
Big strings.
Drew, why won't you sell t-shirts and stuff? You got some cool ass artwork. Because if I do, there's strings attached. Unless I can make the shit myself, which I can't because I can't afford the fucking shit to do it. Believe me, if I could, I would. It'd be a nice side business. And the fact that I've got some amazing artists at my disposal, including myself, yeah, I could make a killing. But to let somebody else like Teespring, Cafe Press do it, that has ties to YouTube, that I'm going to be told, well, you can't say this, you can't talk about this, or else we'll demonetize you, or we'll remove your links from your channel so you can't sell your stuff. Fuck you. You're never going to have that control over me. If I can't do it my damn self, I don't need you.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I will never give anybody control of what can be said on this channel. You have the freedom to express and say what you want. And you will always have that. Unless you're being malicious about it and trying to do something that would get this channel taken down, then I have an issue with it. As we've had in the past, hence my change on the way I'm doing call-ins, which we have had done because no one's asked. Nobody wants to take part today. Which I don't blame them. You know, people got things to do and other worries, so I get it. Not mad about it. It'd have been nice to have a few people on, but hey, it doesn't happen all the time. But it does happen, so.
It's for those who want and seek, not those who need. Because if it would be for those who need, we'd be crashing the servers all the time. Let's be real.
Right. Well, I don't know, because I have my needs too.
Right.
Gotta support myself. My needs gotta come before others.
Yep.
Of course, my needs are very little compared to most people, so I can get away with a lot more than most. But right now, my needs are right there because I need to get back out of the hole, which I'm almost out of. So 2 more weeks of being broke, which I hate. Mainly because I haven't been able to go fishing. Why? Because I haven't been able to afford $25 to get my damn fishing license.
I haven't even.
I pulled the kayak. I've enjoyed some time on the water with the kayak, but it's not the same when you can't fish. Can't
Right.
afford, and really can't afford it either because gas prices. I can't afford to go too far, you know, where I normally go to enjoy a day on the water. So it's just been one of those years. It's like everybody's hit hard times. I'm still doing some things that I enjoy. I mean, I wasn't able to go to the racetrack this weekend, but you can rest assured I'm going to make the fucking Hell Tour race, and I'm going to make the Memorial race like I always do because I will put money aside for it because that's my break from everything else. Going fishing is my break from everything else. I can't even afford to go camping right now this year, but I will go camping before the year's over. I will sacrifice something to make time for it because that's my escape from things. My other escape for things I've been doing is writing, which none of that's probably going to be shared anytime soon. That falls under the dark category, and some of my writing's gotten is very dark right now.
Yeah.
But some people are happy. I'm actually released a few new things writing, and I haven't written for a while. Well, because I've used this as my venting area. But there's some things that I won't vent on here. So
the venting that I'm going to do is going to entail a pillow in a very short amount of time.
yeah, like I said, I'm not doing another hour.
I don't even know.
Nobody's wanting to join in, and nobody's in the chat and want to interact in the chat room. So, like I said, I'm almost to the point I'm ready to wrap this up. Finish my
I don't even know how
burgers.
much time we got left on this hour.
Doesn't really matter.
But
I've rambled on enough. I've had my say on things I wanted to say. There's things maybe I want to say more on, but it's not worth it.
Now there's things I want to say, but I don't dare.
Honestly, I want to turn this fan on high and fucking cool off. Because it's like 85 degrees, and I live in a trailer, so it's even hotter, and I don't have AC. Why? Because I can't afford AC because the fucking electric companies are fucking bunch of I'm not gonna use that word.
Crooked bastards.
Yeah, that works.
I'll say it.
That's not the word I was thinking of.
I turn my AC off at noon, but I also have had the house at 71, 72 degrees for the last couple of days.
It probably didn't help I fucking cooked the burgers in the oven, but I don't have a grill, so I try to refrain using the oven on hot days until evening, but I was starving and I wanted burgers. I'm curious how hot it is in here. Yeah, like 87.
Oh my. Yeah, I'm gonna go and drop my ass in front of the fan and pay homage to my pillow.
Yeah. The landlord wondered why I have windows covered up.
Mine
keeps that sun and heat out.
Mine are. Well, my office, it's I don't have the curtains up, but one window faces the street and the sun's high enough in the sky that and because my office stays relatively cool, I don't have to worry about it, and my van blocks off the rest of it, so I really don't have to worry too much about it. But we also have a pretty fiery wind, so
we don't even got a breeze. It's just straight dry heat.
Where
it's actually cooler outside while you're joking.
48% humidity, 15-mile-an-hour winds. So it's not bad here. So I'm just gonna go and maybe sit out on the deck for a few minutes, enjoy what I got left in my cup, and then me and the pillow are going to have an argument.
No, I haven't enjoyed what I had in my cup. I've had a few sips out of it. It's just too warm for liquor.
I didn't think that was even possible.
I'd rather have cold water right now, not liquor.
But it is what it is with that nice 15-mile-an-hour wind. It ain't bad.
Plus, this is my last day off of work before I have to go do 3 days of 10 hours.
Do?
Well, 10 hours every day. Well, it's supposed to be 10 hours, 4 days a week, but that hasn't been a reality since they started it.
Of course not, because it never is.
Been more like 50. And actually more than that, because I don't do 11-hour day. I do a 10-hour day. I do 11-hour day. Why? Because, hey, well, I'm not going there. Now, needless to say, I'm not happy with work right now either. So,
but try to enjoy what's left of the day.
Oh, well, I am. Like I said, I'm going to kick this fan on high, and I think I'm going to watch the new Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi series that just came out.
I'm just going to turn my TV off
and pollute my mind with some sci-fi.
I ain't even going to do that. I'm just going to
turn the TV off. There is something I want to watch tonight. It's on the History Channel. They got the Roosevelt series.
That started this morning.
Did it? Was it this morning?
Yep.
Oh, I got it set. I got it set on the DVR to record, so it don't matter. It looked interesting, and every now and then, the History Channel actually has some good shit that's actually kind of accurate. And you know, Roosevelt, he was kind of a good president. He was the kind that just didn't take shit and did what he wanted.
He walked softly, and he carried a very big stick.
Yep.
And he was not afraid to use it.
And he wasn't afraid to say, hey, I'm going hunting. I'm going on a hunting trip and just leave the White House and go hunting. He was not Congress's friend. That's what I liked about him.
He wasn't very popular with a lot of people. I think he still to this day holds the record for shaking the most hands in a day too.
Well, yeah, and being the last president to serve more than 2 terms.
I think that the only other president that could have possibly come close to that would have been JFK.
Yeah. But by then it wasn't allowed.
And we see what happened, what being a nice guy.
You know the saying, nice guys don't win. Nice guys finish last.
Always.
Or in his case, end up swimming with the fishes. Oh, wait, that hasn't been proven. My bad.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, let's talk about the greatest conspiracy ever. Who shot JFK?
Yeah, I'm not. Let's leave that one for another time. I don't want to be here for another 12 hours, eh?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't matter because we'd never be able to prove anything anyway.
Right.
You know, hey, Trump, talk about one of your failures. Where's those JFK documents that you said you was going to release?
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
We'll never see it. And that should tell you how damning that is. The one person that I actually would have believed would have done it took one look at it and didn't do it. That should tell you everything you need to know about what's in that JFK file. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Release the file.
I don't think we'll ever. Maybe in 2185.
The only way we ever find out about that is the day everything's replaced from the top to the bottom. And by then, that'll probably be destroyed along with a bunch of other documents like 9/11.
I actually heard somebody say, not too awful long ago, it was in a movie that was released in the last couple, 2-3 years. They made reference to the JFK file, and it was something like 2187, and they came across the file, and I was like, what? I was like, seriously? And one of the actresses or actors said, why? And then they were like, oh, this is why they never released it. But they never showed the document. They never showed why. And I was like, that's insane.
I mean, it's the same reason why we'll never have the actual documents from the 9/11 investigation released. I mean, but we don't need the documents. We had senators say it openly, say it, that if the people seen this, they would no longer trust our government, and we'd no longer have a job.
I agree.
And that was like 4 or 5 senators from both sides said that. And the look on their faces was pure disgust when they said it. I don't need to know anymore. That right there should have told everybody what they needed to know. But then again, who was paying attention?
Yeah. Not many. Not many.
You know, we was all caught up in 9/11. And but to this day, I remember where I was at and what I was doing. I remember it vividly.
Yeah, I just came off of a long shift and was trying to actually attempt sleep. And my phone lit up like a Christmas tree.
Because within the months to come, that's when I was labeled a domestic terrorist. While Congress did their little bullshit behind everybody's back. Yes, we need unity, but we need unity without being distracted by the unity and not letting our Congress run amok because we're distracted with unity. No, lessons can be learned on both sides. They learned their lessons. We needed to learn ours too. That even through our greatest unity at the time and coming together as a nation, we overlooked what our government was doing to us through our anger, our emotions, and the laws that they passed that screwed everybody. That's allowing people to this day still being detained for what happened on January 6th. That has allowed congressmen and our judicial bureau to call parents domestic terrorists. No, I will never forget these things. And these things I will pass on to my nephews, my grandchildren if I ever have any, my children if I ever have any. Getting a little bit too old to keep on hoping for that notion. But hey, to the people out there that listen to these videos, that stumble across these from years to come because they're so put in so many different places that you can nuke one, delete it, remove it, it's still there in someplace else, archived for somebody to stumble across. I hope everybody's enjoying their Memorial Day. Those that made it this far without being pissed off, well, damn, you've done an amazing job, let me tell you, Chris. I'm sure I've rankled a few feathers today, more than a few.
If we made you mad, we've made you think.
Yep. But I don't know how close we are to that next hour mark, but I am ready to wrap things
Not a
up.
clue. I don't have a clue either, but bitrate is dropping like a rock. So
I'm ready to call it a day and enjoy the rest of my Memorial Day.
alrighty, I'll catch you probably next weekend or somewhere in the middle of the week, possibly.
Probably the weekend. Like I said, it's back to work for me tomorrow night.
Yeah, you have a great one. Been a great weekend. We'll catch you on the next one. Y'all know where to find me. We'll do it again soon. Oh, I forgot to hit.